we at with our 18th? Let's plug in the controller for so it doesn't mess with our audio. I would love to do more things with Fantasy Star Online. Not quite good at that. It requires a lot of investment. All right. We're doing the hostess stuff, and there's a lot of hostess stuff. SEGA? There we go. Flashbang. All right. Okay, so yesterday we started down the rabbit hole that is the hostess stuff. There are 10 hostess, and we're at like 1.5. We got really deep into it. I love the interactions with the hostess. So there are 10 of them. That is like that's 10 sub stories that we are lacking right now. So we do have to do these. We are getting robbed blind by buying champagne and chicken all day. So to satisfy our hostess, we're basically just shoving rose champagne and chicken down their throats, you know? Alright, so the last time we checked, the very last thing we had was Mika is confiding in us for something, and Mika's on stage 4. We're just gonna call it stage 4, maybe stage 3, because you start with 10 hearts, then there's 5, and then 5 more. And then we just got called to the Smile Burger. For whatever reason, hostess just want to meet up at the Smile Burger in Ryukyu. Nyao has just asked us to go on an after-hours date at the Smile Burger. So we're gonna go check that out and see what's up with Nyao. We want to unlock her hearts. You know? That's how we do it. And we're going poor. We're down 1.2 million yen. I don't know if our wallet is gonna survive another 8.5 hostess interactions. So we might have to sideline Kamurocho's hostess. Turns out both Shine and Jewel has hostesses. And Shine has 4, and Jewel has 3, which makes a total of 10. 3 here in Ryukyu. Smile Burger. Wait. I'm directionally challenged. Smile Burger is the other way. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna have to find some more cash. Probably stop over and collect some locker keys and do our CPs for gambling, and then sell the gamble stuff and hope we can boost our wallet. There's Nyao. Hey, Kiryu-san. You got here pretty quick. Different phrase. A little conscientious. And I thought I was the one rushing to get here. Cute. So, where are we off to today? Oh, you bet. There's only one choice. Wow, she doesn't play billiards, though. Mika played billiards. No. There's only one choice. First dates, any date-related thing, the first thing we do is karaoke. Because we want to see them sing. Let's go. Karaoke. What song is she gonna pick? There are only 6 songs, I think. 6 or so songs. You know, I haven't thought about going to karaoke with Rikia and see if Rikia has a unique song. I don't think they do, because I already got the Steam achievement for playing all the songs. It's kind of a limited selection. It's a remaster, not a remake. Not a Kiwami, unfortunately. Gotta blow my nose. One sec. Alright. Let's go. Karaoke. Please. We'll at least have karaoke'd all the girls. And see what song they pick. What are you gonna pick? Shooting Star? Okay. Shooting Star, huh? A little tamer for her bubbly personality. That vibrato though. Not bad, not bad. Good job, Meow Meow. Oh, she winked. Oh. 990. I actually missed one though. I guess I missed only one in the beginning. I got slider baited. It was placed right in the beginning. I feel like 1,000,000 yen. Got me feeling the music. Nice, nice. Yeah. I guess he's gonna sing Lullaby again. Come on, Kiryu. Kamurocho Lullaby every single time. This is actually pretty. This is still one of the tougher ones. Where's my judgment, Kiryu?
流れゆく夜の蝶怪しく惑わせて欲情も愛情も純恋歌にカムロ町優しく夜に抱かれ涙ほろりほろり舞い散る 雪は飾る人で汚れた街でさえも花咲きても花散るとも眩しい雪月か
Freaking Kiryu, you and your notes on the downbeat at the edge. I missed too. We'll eventually get it. We have to do this lullaby another 8 times. Alright. $9.40. I'll take it. Well above average. What a voice. It was just so touching. You think so? Oh, kitty, you. You slay. You slay dog, you. Okay. You really sing your heart out. Hope you liked it. It was quite well. Now we've unlocked stage 2. Alright. Back to the club we go. Although it's Mika time. Oof. We struggle to resonate with Mika all the time. But we've exhausted all the options, so we just gotta remember what options we tried that worked and options that we haven't. Alright. My pocketbooks, man. My wallet is growing thin. Back to the loop. The background loop. Oh. We should really look into gifts. And how affordable the gifts are. Stuff your face with chicken. Alright. Alright. Which one is it now? We've exhausted all the options, except for the unique ones. Okay, this is the expensive one. Oh, this is the one we talked about her rent, right? Yeah, she got the miraculous deal, and we said something, and she's like, no, it wasn't intense. So, let's do what the place is like. What's the place like? It's just a regular old apartment, nothing fancy. Oh, huh. What, did you think it was going to be some broken down shack? Okay, that doesn't seem like it. Not exactly. It's in a nice apartment building. The door is automatically locked too. A place like that in Tokyo would probably go for around 150,000 yen a month. $1,500 a month. That's really steep, yeah. Even my rent in the city wasn't that steep. Wow, sounds pretty nice. It was a neutral. So wait, the second response was the positive one? How does he spin that? I guess he spins it more like you're clever? How'd you trick the person into that? I don't know how I feel about that one. New appreciation, what is this? Is this the... Oh, this is the guy everyone stopped because grandmother's... Oh, I got off my bike and went to go help. Oh yeah, this is the grandma thing. Where everyone respects their elders. Right, like the grannies. And we said... We didn't joke about grandpas. And I said I had to agree, which I think... that was a positive. So let's just do that again. Or was that neutral? It was neutral. So it was the... Oh my gosh, that's not even positive either. Okay, what was this again? The problem was... Oh yeah, younger people, but she likes older people. She likes older guys instead of younger. And we said last time... They want to learn from you, I think. Or no, we said older guys suits her, and then she agrees. And I don't know if that was neutral or positive, but... Let's test it again. Okay, that one was good. Alright, cool. We had to extend because now we have to get all the neutral. Just not any negative responses, because our wallet is getting very, very thin. By the time we finish the first stage and go into like about the second stage is when all the choices overlap again, so we get a second opportunity. Alright, I wonder if that means it's locked in and we can't actually drop below 20 anymore, like when they're glowing like that. I hope so, because there is a chance I'll pick a negative one, because I am not a Mika person. Alright, so we got 3 questions, or 3 situations. Forever in fever. Forever in fever time. Okay, this is where others talk about relationships. And she's 29, and we picked the wrong one this time. We asked, has it been a while? And she got offended because we were insinuating she's alone and barren, and that's not what I thought that this choice meant. So this just seems blatantly not what she wants to hear, so let's go with depend on your mental state. Depends on your mental state. What do you mean? When you fall in love, you'll forget about all of those other things. That's good. Right, they do say love blinds you to anything except for the object of your affection. Maybe there's hope after all. They do say love blinds you to anything except for the object of affection, of your affection. Blinds you to everything, anything except the thing you're focused on. That's fair. I mean, yes and no, but that's a fair statement. Yeah, you'll be fine. I'm starting to feel a lot better now. Good. Alright, so that was the response. What was this? This is asking about vacation. And they say like Okinawa, or more Okinawa stuff. Oh, this is where she complains about Okinawa. The downsides of Okinawa, and then how lucky she is to get a job because of the high unemployment rate. And this is agreeing with her. I think this is the one. Or we picked the top one, but I don't remember if it was positive or negative. I mean, either or they agree, so let's figure out. I don't remember what this said. Oh, and then she thoughts that it's related to... Okay, so it was positive. Good. Wait. That was a new thing? Oh no, I didn't... I saw it... She said... She asked Kiryu... Oh no, I accidentally skipped it. This is the unique thing for the 20 hearts. She asked something about coming... if we were to come to Okinawa, but if we had a chance to meet before coming to Okinawa. Something like that. I totally didn't see it! Alright, let's take a gamble. Let's look at the context. Probably not. There's no way to know. Sounds like this is legit right here. Let's go. Bet we come here together. Huh? Let's see. We'd probably be drinking together somewhere right about now. I don't see how that's much different than what we're doing now. We've got a point there. Oh, I don't know the context. There's not enough context. Something about Okinawa. All I saw was briefly Okinawa. Okay. It's fine. We didn't lose anything, so it's fine. Did she give another business card? I will. Oh, yeah, we need to collect both business cards. Alright, the fancy business card. It's very sparkly. You were over 1 million yen investment. But you were also the prototype, because we had to test out the expensive things. You son? Go straight home, okay? No detours. You got it. See you later. We still haven't seen her sub-story. So I guess we'll gain access to her sub-story now. That's the last phase. Phase 3. So now we're gonna hang out with Nyao Nyao until Mika calls us. We're a chronic cabaret club addict now. Alright. Got the extra 5 hearts. Our little after hour date really got me hyped up. Good. Looking pretty good over there. Thanks. I should really investigate gifts again. Rose champagne. It's classic. More chicken baskets. Minimum classic. Alright. Let's see what Nyao Nyao says. We're getting into the routine now. Okay. Alright, Nyao Nyao, what do you want to talk about? Hey Kiryu-san, you look like a guy who knows his way around. Have you stumbled across anything interesting? Oh, this is where they share stories. So this worked for Mika because she's into her liquor. How about let's try the Aqua Sky appetizer. But there's a bar in Hatsumachi called Aqua Sky, and they serve something with their drinks you probably never expect. What is it? Some kind of appetizer, is it? Tofuyo? Nope. The answer is salt? Oh, it's that special salt. The salt that tastes sweet and salty at the same time. Salt. That's it? Not just any salt, but a special kind made on a remote Okinawan island. It's called, yeah, Maboroshi salt. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Have you tried it for yourself? He has. Yeah, the bartender put some out for me. It's salty, but it also has a sweetness to it that really makes your drink come alive. Okay, she likes that one. Alright, fair enough. Maybe they're no-fails? The stories are no-fails? There's nothing like a gentleman who boasts a refined palate. Okay, so it works for her. We'll stick to that one. Someday I'll be a true connoisseur, just like you. Okay, so she's into that. Alright, cool. We guessed correctly. I wasn't so sure. Somebody asked me out. It was only a friend of a friend, but still. I see. We've been going out together as a group recently, but I guess he started liking me at some point. And while I appreciate the fact he's into me, I'm not really sure how to handle this. You don't have to force yourself. Why don't you wait a bit more? Do you like him to begin with? This seems a little lectury, but I think this will work out. If you don't like the guy, don't date him. No need to force yourself. Right. Is it that you're worried with what your friends might think? Maybe. That won't help you make a good decision. Nope. Maybe I shouldn't have brought you up. She needs encouragement. Lecturing is not gonna fly here. I'll give it a bit more thought though. Good. Or maybe appealing to romance in those situations. Kiryu-san, have you ever looked at someone and been reminded of someone you lost? Whew, that is a deep cut. Because he's raising Haruka. It's like every single day. Actually, everyone he meets almost on a regular basis. I was gonna say, looking at you reminds me of my dad. He was probably around your age when he passed. Sorry if this is coming out of nowhere. It's okay. We can talk about it if you like. Okay. Well, when I was little, I often visit his workshop. Dad would always stop and listen to whatever I had to say. Didn't matter what he was doing. He'd do stuff like make origami with me, or if I was being fussy, he'd put me on his lap and start reading me a book. Both he and my mom would always be smiling and laughing. At least that's what I remember. It's no use dwelling on the past. Sounds like you had a great father. He was the best dad a girl could have. Even when I was being a total brat, he never seemed to lose his temper. Huh. He must have really enjoyed seeing you happy. Yeah, too bad those days are never coming back. Wow, that went somewhere else. Kiryu-san, have you ever been to Fukuoka? Has he? Wait. But I know he's going to. I think. I'm pretty sure Fukuoka is a location in a later Yakuza game. That's gotta be a plug. Unless I'm mistaken, it might be a different character. I'm pretty sure Fukuoka was a location. We'll see in the future. We'll keep this in the back of our head. No, why? Oh, it's where her dad's from. So I wanted to know what sort of place it was. Helps you feel connected, huh? Yeah. My dad's side of the family is known for weaving Akata ori fabrics. It's one of Fukuoka's traditional crafts. Ah, did not know that. From what my nana told me, right, her family, her grandmother makes the Okinawan kimonos. I forgot what they're called already. Bantaki, something like that. I don't know. They make kimonos. Her dad was supposed to inherit the family business, but after he met my mom and discovered the joys of making bingata, he decided to build his life here. And you know what his parents said? Nothing. They disowned him and left it at that. That's harsh. That is harsh. Now, I've never been to Fukuoka, and there's a lot I don't know about my dad, but if I want to keep his memory alive, I need to learn more about him. So I wanted to travel there someday. You love both your mother and Bingata. You should visit your relatives sometime. Sounds like something out of a soap opera. Sounds like he was really dedicated to both your mother and Bingata. He was. Makes me wonder what I'm doing with my life. Ooh, that went somewhere else. I'm always going on about how much I love my dad, or how much I want to go back to the way things were. But all I keep thinking is distancing myself from my mom. Okay, we played into her insecurity and the Bingata that my dad fell in love with. Sorry for being so depressing. Wow, she's actually breaking character. What's your ideal household, Kiryu-san? I'm not sure. An orphanage with 9 kids? In my case, I would love it if I didn't have to work. I'd just sit around and clean up the house, most likely. Of course, I wouldn't want my kids to be lonely either. I want to be able to kneel down, look them in the eyes, and tell them how precious they are. And the dad would love our kids. Our kids would love their dad, and they would have so much fun together, even if I get a little jealous. I think I can visualize that. That doesn't happen to someone with her insecurities because she is extremely insecure in general. I want them to grow up respecting their parents and never have to feel alone. That's very wishful thinking, considering what she just shared and how she responded to Kiryu's response about her father. Sounds like you must have been pretty lonely. Children do grow up watching their parents. What the heck? Wow, this is going somewhere else. Alright. Maybe? Sounds like an ideal household. Doesn't it? I've been so happy if I could have that kind of family one day. The realistic outcome is you won't, but statistically very highly improbable thanks to her personality. But hey, deep cut. If you were the dad, Kiryu-san, I'm sure the kids would love you. Well, he does have 9 kids, and they do love him. I hope so. Dramatically different 9 kids. Is everything okay? Oh, yeah. It's just that I have a lot going on, alright? Then let's talk. That's a lot better than keeping it inside, right? Then I'll take you up on your offer. So, I've heard this from one of my friends. Apparently, my family's been in debt for a number of years now. Unfortunate. My mom's been working hard to clear it all by herself, and I never knew a thing about it. Try not to blame yourself. Are you going to be okay? I'm sure she's going through a lot. That's bad. Are you going to be okay? If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. I'm here for you. I appreciate that, Kiryu-san. But this has been going on for a long time. And the fact that I knew nothing hurts me. It was the first response. Pity party. She's becoming a pity party. So the other contrast is self-pity, which is not great. Not great. So so we can't lecture her. We must agree with her most of the time and appeal to her self-pity. She started a little bit high and now she's tanking like a fallen star. Retreating. Okay. We're still not sure if the things we buy is based on how much it costs yet. But she gets more hearts from the chicken basket than Mika does. So it might be a preference thing. We won't know until the third one.
Kanpai.
Alright. Yeah, redemption. What's the matter? Nothing. I was just thinking about how nice it is to have good friends in your life. Made me tear up a little. Oof. Alright. Our friends knew how hard my family's been struggling. And 3 of them even ordered Bingata as their way of helping. You've got great friends. Got some great friends. I sure do. And the way they told me about it was so pure and honest. It wasn't out of obligation or to guilt trip me or anything like that. That's what made me cry even more. I was about to say, if she does not take that as a compliment for the other friends and she turns it into a self-pitying thing, I would be really questioning how inconsistent her writing is. That's what friends are for. Alright? So I was walking down the street the other day, and when you know it, I ran into one of my junior high friends out of sheer coincidence. After talking for a bit, we decided to call up all our old friends to go hang out. Sounds like fun. Oh, it was. It's crazy how sometimes when you don't see people in a long time, you can catch up like it was just yesterday. Guess that's how you know they're true friends. Relatable. And quite rare. Anyway, to commemorate this whole reunion, we all bought matching accessories. Adorable. You did, huh? In fact, I'm wearing it right now. Can you guess? Okay. Accessory? I mean, I only see one accessory. Is it that bracelet of yours? Yep, you got it. We all bought these bracelets together. Adorable. The friends I have worked at an office or teach preschool kids, so we figured a bracelet would be the best option for all of us. For preschools? How does that at office or teach? Okay, fair enough. I see. That's smart. I don't quite connect, but I'll let that one go. It's kind of like a lucky charm in a way. Wearing it makes me feel like I can be all that I can set out to be. That's somehow related to the friendship symbolism. The power of friendship, you know? Kitty-san. Maybe it's a bit late to ask. What is it? What kind of women do you like? Oh, yeah, the phase 2 question. The type question. I have pretty high sim. You should know by now. That is pretty late. What are these choices? You should know what kind of woman I'm into by now. Wait a minute. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I'm sure you know what I mean. Oh, okay, in that way. So that's what you're into. Alright, I won't press the issue any further. Really? They're on the same wavelength. I am not on the same wavelength. Maybe that's a good idea. Kiru-san, are you good with kids? That's an understatement. Huh. I should hope so. Really? You are? Well, that's great, because I love kids. Just being around them is special. They're always so happy and full of energy. It's actually a little contagious. That is an incredibly biased, rose-colored, half-glass full portrayal of misleading expectations. That there's so much unfortunate about that type of outlook. Yeah, I say so. Hey, when you get married, how many kids do you want? The answer is 9 or more, because Kiryu is a Chad when it comes to this thing. Just one is enough. I want 10 at least. I'll let nature decide. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, 9 plus. That's a callback, or it's a call to this game because he raises 9 already. And just 1 is a callback to Haruka. That's more Kiryu. I'll let nature decide. Haha, that's so like you. But you're right. A baby is a gift you've given. You can't just put a quantity and a time frame on them and expect it all to happen the way you planned. That's a deep cut, but yes and no. Right. Sometimes they come on their own time. Yes and no. Oh, it's time's up. Alright. We reached it. We reached the end of stage 2. Our wallet is still depreciating. Oh, alright. Similar sentiments. Now we're gonna get a phone call. We're expecting phone calls. Or emails, I guess. Dark skin. This is Niao. Is my face too dark? Someone told me that my skin was tan like an Okinawan's. I was so shocked. I want to get paler. I want to take a bath now. Oh man. That's the opposite of Mika. Mika issues. There it is. Is this Mika? Kiryu-san, I heard from my dad and he wants to see me today. Oh, this is the pretend boyfriend thing. That's right. We agreed with Mika to pretend to be her boyfriend. Because her dad's visiting. Today? Yeah. Are you sure you're okay with this? Yeah, don't worry about it. Alright. Then, could you come over to the monorail station? My dad and I will wait for you there. Got it. What are we gonna do? Play golf? Monorail station. Is your dad a golfer? Oh no. Her father is well-to-do. She comes from a well-to-do family. Hello? Kiryu-san? It's Niao. Oh, hey, what's going on? Do you think you could come to the club today? If so, I wanted you to escort me. Sure, sounds great. You just agreed to a double. Alright, it's fine. She'll be waiting at the Smile Burger anyways. We're fine. Suspension of disbelief. You know? Kiryu is basically juggling now, you know? It's part of being the Chad. You juggle. Alright, her father, huh? Sorry to keep you waiting. Dad, this is Kazuma Kiryu, the guy I was telling you about over the phone. Pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Mika's father. Dad, Kiryu-san and I are getting married. Say what?
Nani?
What? That's why I moved to Okinawa. I wanted to be with him. It's alright, Dad. Kiryu-san's gonna take care of me, and we're going to have a beautiful life together. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I'll be fine. Tell me, Kiryu-san, do you truly love my daughter? I do. Do you think you can make her happy? I promise I will. I see. Let's put your feelings to the test then.
Oi!
Come on out. This guy here is one of my family bodyguards. He's here to keep our family safe. What are you doing, Dad? Stop this right now. You be quiet. Let Dad handle this. You ready for a butt whooping? Then I'm gonna make sure you get it. Oh, that kind of dad. Am I gonna OTK you if I have heat? Okay. The game keeps making me dodge inappropriately to the different direction. It's weird. My right hand's kind of cramping up. Kiryu-san, are you okay? yeah, I'm fine. Huh. That's one heck of a man you've got there. Dad, why would you do this? What on earth were you thinking? Kiryu-san, let me apologize for my daughter's frivolous actions. Huh? What are you talking about? Of course he knows she's lying. You can stop pretending. I know she asked you to pretend to be her boyfriend. This is, Yakuza 0. Majima was placed in the same exact situation with the same exact resolution and event. And I think Yakuza 0's Majima is a callback to Yakuza 3. But in chronology, you know, like in chronological order, technically this would be the callback to mirror Majima's situation. Huh? I know the way your mind works, young lady. So you knew the whole time. I was worried before, but I feel a lot better now that I know that a big, strong guy like you is good enough friends with her to play along with her like this. Kiryu-san, if my daughter starts down the wrong path, You better do everything in your power to put her back on the right course. Please watch over her in my stead. I will. Great father. I can't believe he knew the whole time. Your father, man. Eh, no fooling him, I guess. Still, I never knew how much my father cared about me. It's because you're a narcissist. I mean, even that phrase kind of sounded narcissistic. He sure seems to care about you. He sure seems to care a lot about you. He's a good dad. Yeah. You know what? You're right. I'm not going to sit around and worry about myself anymore. That would be surprising. I made the choice to move to Okinawa, and I'm going to make the most of it. And it's gone. That's the spirit. But before I do, what now? Well, I have to thank you for all your help, don't I? Oh. Kiryu-san, I know you're probably only into younger women, but would you even be interested in an old lady like me? She's 29. Kiryu is almost 40. You're hardly an old lady. I'm glad you think so.
Kiryu-san.
I feel like I've been waiting for this moment to come forever. So, you know, maybe we could... Oh no, is it a video? Oh, okay, okay. I get worried because Kiwami 1 and like post Yakuza 0, there were a lot of live action videos. Kiwami 1 took me by surprise. That was the first time I witnessed it, but actually it started back in Yakuza 0. I don't know if they do it for Yakuza 4 or 5 yet, or even 6. The post Yakuza 0 times would be a Yakuza 6 would fit that. I don't know if they did 5 or 4 or 5, but I was a little concerned there. You're the sweetest guy I've ever met. Thanks. You must not have met a lot of guys. I mean, Kiryu is true blue and pure of heart, but he does lack compassion in a romantic sense. So sweet is more like I would say the stronger characteristic is loyal and protective, not necessarily sweet all the time. Sorry for all the trouble today. It's alright. Well then, I'll see you at the club. I hope you'll stop by sooner than later. I'll never forget what you did for me today, I promise. See you later. Okay, that's the sub-story. So, okay, we understand the script, like the structure. We gotta get to 20 hearts. Hold up. I'm really curious now. Yes. Is there like is it any GIF? We can just pick up any GIF or uh oh, that's so funny. It says here that every hostess likes karaoke. I knew it. I knew it. Uh, how do I don't know anything about GIFs. Um, oh, okay, okay. Well, most came to the same conclusion I did immediately. GIFs are non-essential. All right. In the other games, GIFs are kind of non-essential too. Although a Yakuza 4 has some requirements, some like special completionist task for it, for achievements. All right. Oh, wait. Whoops. I just remembered. I guess this is how it feels when you juggle two people, huh? Nyao Nyao. Thanks for putting up with me today. I'm really sorry, but I'm happy you really showed your love for me. Now I feel like I can really be honest with you to tell you everything. Alright. Alright. In IRL, we totally stood up Nyao Nyao at the Smile Burger. But since this is Kiryu and a Like a Dragon game, it's fine. She's still waiting at the Smile Burger for us. So we're okay. I chuckled because I thought, like, man, and this is why I don't juggle people. And I make very clear that it's a serial thing. I commit to something, I get it done. Then I commit to more things, as opposed to committing to things in parallels anymore. Like trying to juggle too many things when it comes to people. Hey, Kiryu-san, you got here. Okay, same dialogue. Some of the people who request me are actually fans of my mother. She designs Pikatas, right? Right, I remember. Wow, so she's that well known? Yeah, but the thing is, I've actually been avoiding my mother for quite some time. Doesn't help that some of her fans who visit me are always bringing her up. Puts me in a real awkward spot. She's really popular and famous, but they're in depth? In depth? Huh. Maybe that's your opportunity to reconnect with her. Telling her about the club and your customers. I don't think I can do that. Now it's just not the right time. Not a go-getter, I can tell you that. That is excuse. It's an excuse due to an insecurity. Why not tell her she has fans, at least? I'm sure it'll make her happy. Maybe it would, but I'm sorry. I shouldn't be burning you with my problems. More hyper-conscientious insecurity. Projecting a little, too, interestingly enough. So, where are we off to today? We're doing darts, because we already did the karaoke thing. Oh, and she said the same thing as Mika. She only just started, and Mika was decent. Mika was above average. There's like 3 levels of dart players, and she was at least 2.5, in between 2 and 3. Let's see how tuned, in what tuning, Nyao Nyao got for darts. Over and over and over and over. That was a little sus. Okay. Alright, I was like, Whoops. Fair enough. Wow, that was an aggressive triple. It feels like she's throwing, she's not like throwing, we know she's throwing darts, but she's like throwing the game on the 3rd throw. Whoops. Speaking of throwing. Oh. Oh no. There's still a chance for me to lose. Okay. What the heck? Alright, she's tuned way lower than Mika. I mean, we only have a sample size of 1, but... Oh, right. The special reward. What is a battery? Hot dog. A battery. Alright. Alright. Got a battery. Okay. I wonder if the kiss on the cheek is an opportunity to increase the... Yeah, and then we go straight into this. Yep. Into the final stage. I wonder if getting the kiss on the cheek increases the affection level. Like it's an extra opportunity. Money, man. Fever time. Forever. Majima's on the side side. Yeah, this is my cabaret club. You're part of the fever time. Forever. Alright, I think we've exhausted the dialogue options, so I'm expecting repeats now. Hey Kitty, you look a... Okay, yeah. Oh, this is an interesting story. Let's just, let's see what happens if we use the same story. Oh, that rare salt. I'm honestly not sure I could handle a round of drinking with salt. That's my only... Sounds kind of rough for me. Guess I still have a way to go, huh? Maybe I should have you coach me through... Okay, it's still fine. Just a different dialogue option. Interesting. So remember that guy who asked me out? I ended up turning him down. Okay, so yeah, finally has an answer now. Yeah, I really had to give it some thought, but I'm glad I talked to you about it first. Thanks, Kiryu-san. You weren't so glad. No. 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 You got all depressed on me. Take that back. Lies. As long as you don't regret it. What reason did you give him? It's not still bothering you, is it? This appeals to insecurity. What reason did you give him? That's curiosity. That's probably a neutral, but let's say... That's kind of appealing. Let's do the neutral probably. What was your reason for turning him down, if you don't mind me asking? Well, it's because there's someone else I like. Fair enough. I see. A very wonderful person, in fact. I wonder who it is. What? Oh, come on, Kiryu. I'm just joking. Wonder who that could be? Come on, Kiryu. What's so funny? I couldn't help Kiryu-san. I went and bought me a gemstone. Oh, okay. So she pulled the trigger on a gemstone. Hopefully it's not a sapphire. Oh. Sure, I had to spend some of the money I've been saving. But now happiness should come to me twice as quick. Honestly, that's a fair statement. Because happiness is in her eyes, right? So buying it makes her happy already. Naturally, a net positive mindset tends to pay back in dividends consistently. As long as, you know, it's a sustainable habit, and buying a gemstone and having that gemstone permanently with you is a sustainable habit of reminder. As opposed to things like impulse shopping. If you're very affluent, then impulse shopping might be a sustainable way to reach some catharsis. But in this case, yeah, I believe it. There it is. Don't get your hopes up. What a waste. Whoa, whoa, Kiryu. Those are out of character. I'm sure happiness will find its way to you. You really think so? I do. I mean, I do too. I'm with you on this one, Kiryu. Placebo is placebo. It's worth. Okay, then once I've achieved max happiness, okay, that's... I'm not a prescriber to that type of mindset. I'll share some of that power with you. That's nice. Sounds good to me. I've been struggling with something my Nana told me. What's that? She said to forgive my mom. She told me to try and see it from my mom's perspective. Oh, we got repeats on Mika because we screwed the pooch so often that we had to revisit a bunch of times. But they put in enough dialogue options in which it doesn't repeat as long as you don't screw the, like, more than 1 or 2 sets, like, because we actually went negative in a lot of the Mika one. So we still haven't reached a pool yet, the max pool. You told me to try and see it from my mom's perspective. I'm surprised you're not already doing that now. You're overly hyper focused on what people think of you, but it does unfortunately translate to compassion in other people's perspective. It's kind of a dangerous mix of personality characteristics. And she's been working hard not just for me, but for my dad too. Your Nana's right. And you know what you have to do. Just be honest with her. Just be honest with her. I would if she actually let me. That's an excuse. That's a deflection. I do know what you're saying though. Despite that, everything I tried has failed so far, so I can't help for much. That sounds like self-sabotage. This is a good place. Okay, we gotta extend. Still gotta reach the... Alright. We just gotta not hit a negative, right? It's not clear if it's capped. Oh no, we need a quarter. We still need a quarter heart left. Oh no. Alright, let's see. So we're gonna learn about her sub-story is gonna deal with her mother. Fever time.
Kanpai.
Actually, is this the Yakuza 0 Fever Time song remixed? Like, is the Yakuza Fever Time song a remix of this? The Kiwami 2 one is pretty similar too, but I don't think it's this. I have to revisit. Yeah, because I heard it a really long time, right? Like, it keeps cycling, but I'm not sure if it's a remix. Now that I think about it. Oh, it's fine. I mean, it is the Euro trans theme, but I might actually think it's the same song. Huh. Kiryu-san, you ate Rafute today, didn't you? That's a weird question. Is it in his breath? Kiryu, did you not mouthwash? Fute is the pigskin / collagen thing we heard about it, mixed into that soba dish, but huh? You smell like you ate Rafute. Okay. And don't try to hide it. That's just my body odor. I mean, Kiryu doesn't remember eating it, so I mean, that's reasonable. Okay, let's just go with this. I might have eaten some. What do you mean you might have? That's what I said. So what? Are you the type who forgets what they eat or something? Oh my gosh, it's bad. Oh no. Or are you the type who makes stuff up to fit the conversation? Wow. That is a break of character. Man, you are so self-loathing and insecure. You're projecting so hard your insecurities. The first thought would be, or are you the kind of person who just say agreeable things and still be upset about it? That'd be fair. Like, fair, you just say something to be agreeable and then be upset about it. That's fair. But that interpretation is a projection. She just spoke volumes about how she feels about herself because she's clearly making stuff up about herself now. That is a projection. And her fears, and she's projecting her fears as opposed to actually understanding what the situation is. If you didn't eat any, you could have just said so. Man. Which, by the way, is a break of character because she doesn't like brutal honesty. But it's a double standard. She only likes honesty when she is projecting. But if you tell her honest things, she will deflect and then do a self-pitying party where it's like, oh, so you're just telling me it's my fault kind of thing. So it's kind of her initial sunshine and rainbows comes with the baggage of an entirely terrible inability to solve emotional problems, which is kind of the theme now because Mika struggled with that too. So I guess the ultimate goal in the second phase or the third phase, like the final phase, the 15 plus heart, you have to become like a tough love person. It's so weird because you're the client, but the game makes it feel like you're not the client, you're the host so far for both Mika and we call her Niao here, but man. I love to go for a dip in an onsen sometime. I know what an onsen is, which is nice. That's a familiar term. I was afraid they were just gonna throw in another Okinawan term, like I don't know what that is. Like a bean kata, like that's an Okinawan kimono, you know? They just throw Okinawan terms in all the time in this game. Because we're in Okinawa, but you know. Are there any nearby? Well, there are. But if I'm gonna take a bath somewhere, the atmosphere needs to be quiet and relaxing. There has to be a ryokan? Okay, that's a new term. I want to wash all my worries away in an open air bath surrounded by nothing but nature. Oh. Okay. And then fill up on some amazing food. The moment I save up enough money, I'm going. Where are you planning to go with? That sounds like a neutral. She might be a tease and it might be positive. A yukata might look good on you. That's a side deflection. I'll go with you. That's too aggressive. That will make her insecure. Well, actually, no. That's very encouraging. The top part, it might be neutral, but it could also be a tease because it worked out before. Let's just go with this. Go ham. I'll go with you. What? When should we plan on going? No. Yep. I think you might be. Yeah, she's a double standard. Wow, her personalities just fell off a cliff today. It was okay for the first 10, and then it's just she has so many double standards, just like Mika. Don't worry, I can cover the entire trip. You just want to spend the night with me, don't you? Yeah, holy heck. That is such a break of character. I didn't think you could be so aggressive, Kiryu-san. It's a little off-putting. Yeah. That doesn't check out. Her writing just went off the cliff. Do you ever travel anywhere other than Kamurocho? I don't really have too many connections outside of there. So, I take that as a no then. No. That's not what he said. Like, she went from Sunshine and Rainbow's overly hyper-focused conscientiousness, and then whenever it deals with her, she creates a double standard for the person. So she becomes a narcissist. Like, it's a really dangerous and very, very unattractive set of personality traits. She is narcissistic when receiving help or having good faith in others, but she is insecure when what others do, when she interprets it. Like when she's self-pitying, she's protecting herself using self-pity, but she's a double standard and a narcissist when others have opinions about her, like directly, but she's overly concerned about what other people think about her. That's tough. That's a really hard navigation. I don't think those qualities would come together in a person. So Mika had some weakness in the writing as well, in my opinion. Like, it's very much a video game character. The later games, Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2, like when they added these things, I'm assuming they added these things. I think Kiwami 1 was rough, but Kiwami 2, that stuff was added. Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 2 writing was a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? Organic? It checks out a little bit. So there are rough, they don't ebb and flow from extremes, like a bipolar person. Like, it makes you feel like you're playing a video game. So what just happened just took me out and made it more like, aha, you didn't know that was coming, that kind of thing. Because it doesn't check out with the personality. She wouldn't develop that type of narcissistic defense mechanism if she's if she's spending so much time being insecure about people's thoughts. She would be hyperly worried. So you would try to provide confidence and not shed light. So she went from, oh, you should have just told me the truth, to, oh, now you're being too forward. So it's, and you know, some people might argue, well, that's, if you do a stereotype, like, oh, people argue or make like a very potentially offensive statement, like, well, that's just how relationships are, or that's how not when we talk about human condition. Like, you see what you want to see, but that's kind of the downside of these characters. They just see what they want to see, but ooh, that one I was not ready for. And in some of these statements, ooh, off to the next one. That's what I'm saying. Would you like to visit Kamurocho sometime? Yes, not only that, but I would love to visit all sorts of places in Tokyo. You probably wouldn't. With your personality problems, you probably wouldn't want to visit Tokyo. But Kiryu would probably say that. I mean, as an honest person, but the answer is no. I mean, she would still love to visit. Actually, I take that back. She would still love to visit, but she wouldn't enjoy it, probably. And what I mean by enjoying it, it will be a great learning experience, and she may ultimately find it very fond of it from a learning experience. But it's not what she expects because of her personality. It is a big city after all. What do you want to see the most? How about the nightscape of the entire city from on top of that new skyscraper? The Millennium Tower. Apparently it has some great restaurants too. Wait. Maybe I could watch from the window? Okay, we're not talking about the Millennium Tower. Seems like you're really set on going. What skyscraper? You know it. Tokyo's so dreamy. Someday I'll be touring the city with a perfect guy, arm in arm and everything. That perfect guy is unrealistic without you growing up. And we should go together? That's out of the... See, I thought being encouraging and playful would be the way to go, but that last comment, that was so out of character. How she misinterpreted being aggressive. So now you don't even know because it's inconsistent with her writing now. So... And Kiryu's breaking character too. I mean, technically Kamurocho, if you say Kamurocho, it's part of Tokyo. But, guess we'll pick this one. If we're going anywhere in Tokyo, it has to be Kamurocho. Aw, but I want to go all over the place. Okay, she's a narcissist now. What's the point of just sticking to one place? Yep. So now we're getting red herrings everywhere because of inconsistent writing. After all, there's so much to see in Tokyo. I don't want to leave it until I've seen my fill. So you won't compromise at all then. Who would? When you got your heart set on going somewhere, you gotta do it your way. Yeah, fair enough. It's neutral, but I didn't... The other one is too aggressive because she was breaking character. Oh, is time up? Man, that was one rough session. Extended session. Yeah, that went down the tubes when it comes to consistent writing. Yeesh. It was like a roller coaster ride of traps. Now here, there are tons of famous Okinawans. Watching them work so hard fills me... Yeah, man. Oof. I do not have any sympathy for you. But we have to complete it. Time to go back. Mika, we hit it twice. There were 2 places that were like, whoa. How does that track? Yep. But, you know, whoops. You know how we do it. When there's a problem, throw money at it. Just throw money at it. Running out of money. Alright. I think we can only go negative once, so the pool should be recycling. So she's gonna be recycling dialogue now, I think. After that last one. If I had to guess. Alright. Yeah, that last stage, holy heck, man. Hey, what do you think when you hear someone speak standard? Yeah, it's recycling. So we chose to go with this, and it was a great moment, like a really great moment. He actually says Hakuna Matata, and apparently, what is the phrase? Nani Buru Naisei or something? Nan Buru Naisei is the same meaning as Hakuna Matata. So he was actually being legitimately trying to say a different phrase. And then it was great, but I forgot if it was positive or negative. Oh, it was negative. Or it might have been neutral. She said like, oh, well, you shouldn't, you need to work on it kind of thing. Basically, it was actually kind of rude, but I thought he was going to do that and she's going to find it like cute that he made the attempts, you know, being a little bit more direct and genuine, but totally that doesn't work. So this is neutral. We might not lose anything for this. Fine. They like the way I talk? Maybe just a little. But if you were to whisper in my ear with that gentle voice of yours, I might just faint with pleasure. Okay. Fair enough. That's the choice. Alright. What guys do you like? she says she's not sure because no one sticks along for too long. And then I said, is it hard for you to reject people? And she says, yes. I'm not sure if it's neutral or bad. I think it was good. Yep, yeah. Loan sharks was showing up at our house demanding money. We already paid back the principal, but apparently the interest isn't matching up with what we had agreed on. You mean you got tricked somehow? We might have. That's a new one that didn't hit earlier. They're not being violent, are they? You have nothing to worry about. Let me know if you run. So maybe we have done this. If we say this, she's gonna say like, it's our problem. We don't want to burden you, right? I think this is the one that we chose. I'm pretty sure it's a repeat. And it produced a negative thing. That's not, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't remember this at all. They're not being violent with you, are they? No, thank goodness. But they're making all kinds of unreasonable demands and they won't leave us alone. And let me handle them. I can be very convincing when I need to be. It is fair. I appreciate that. Okay. So the top one was legitimately the same thing, only he was too forthcoming. So she found it as a burden. They see that's kind of, man, that's a tightrope. Time's up. We got the fancy business card. It's all sparkly now, but largely the same. We got it. Now we get to see her sub story. Will she make nice with her mother? Maybe? Mika made nice with her father, sort of. Or she got a new appreciation for how spoiled her life was originally, and she was actually the rebellious thing, so she learned a bit of self-awareness. The feelings. Alright, let's see what Nyao's thing is. We gotta walk around a little. There should be a phone call. At some point. Ready, set, go! There it is. Kiryu-san, oh, I'm so glad you picked up. I could really use your help right about now. Why? What's going on? It's the loan shark I was telling you about. Okay. They're at my parents' house, tearing up the place. Okay, so we're going for the loan thing. What? Are you there right now? I'm in front of the house. Yeah. It's behind Kirushi Arcade. Okay, I'll be right there. They said, do you auto go there? Nope. Because it didn't look like an accessible. Doesn't sound like an accessible. So she had two potentials. Her people started rumors that her grandmother's and mother's of business has a lot of loans. And she's very avoidant of being part of the business, but she's also very concerned. So we're going with the loan thing. Back of the arcade. Wait, have I seen her shop before? What? Oh. Oh, back here. Kiryu-san, thank goodness you're here. You're not hurt, are you? No, but there's no telling what might happen if we don't hand over the money. They said they need it all by the end of the day. The total came out to 2 million plus interest. Oh man. I understand that, but now all of a sudden they're claiming a totally different amount. It's crazy. Oh, what are we gonna do? It's gonna be all right, Mom. You wait here with Nana. I'll try to reason with them. Don't do it now. It's too dangerous to go alone. Who knows what they would do? In that case, why don't we go together? Are you sure, Kiryu-san? Yeah, clearly not the best of people. But consider me your backup plan. You have no idea how much this means to us. Alright? Time to eat some knuckle sandwiches. Wow, you look so weird. What can I do for you, little miss? Come to borrow a little spending money? No, I'm here to return what I owe. Uh-huh. Your name is Kaneshiro. Kaneshiro. Oh, the Bingata folks. Right. So, I can safely assume you brought me 8 million yen, correct? Actually, it's only 2 million. It says so on the contract, so that's all I'm saying. I'm paying. Don't you go making stuff out of nowhere, girly. Now where's the rest of the money? Like I said, it's all here. 2 million plus interest. Why don't you check what we agreed on? Oh, I've got what we agreed on right here. And according to this, you're trying to pull a fast one, aren't you? See? The document states an even 8 million and it's been stamped, signed, everything. But how can this be? I've never signed anything like that. Why don't you let me take a look? Huh? And who might you be? Her boyfriend, her dad, or a hired goon? Doesn't matter. Just hand over the contract. What? So you can pick it apart? We're running a gosh darn business here. What's the world coming to when a client can't trust their lender? Actually, it's the other way around, but... Well, it's mutual. Oh, wait, that is correct. But that is the usual presumption, but no mutual trust. That's the line you're feeding us? Huh. I'm sure you made some alteration on your end. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so paranoid. Paranoid? My butt. You're the one barging in here with all the accusations. Knuckle sandwich time. Really? So, it's an accusation to ask one's lender to go over the terms of their contract? If that's how collection agencies work these days, your industry is done for. Huh. I'll bet the only reason you know about debt collecting is because you're flat broke. No. No. Nah. Nah, man. Nah, bruh. Nah. And if not, then I'll just have to break you myself. Hope you know a good chiropractor, butthead. Nah. Nah. Wrong place, wrong time, my friends. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I'm not trying. I swear I'm not trying to aim at her. For whatever reason, the game is not letting me do what I want to do. Why are you aiming up? Oh my gosh. Dude, stop being caught in the cycle. Well, that was less than graceful. Fine. Oh. I think he knocked a couple teeth. Yeah, you know. We've paid you everything we owe, with interest. Now please, don't ever return to our house again. You may have defeated me, but there are thousands of other seedy loan sharks out there to take my place. What kind of... What? Alright. What? What kind of comeback is that? Sounded more like a end of the world destruction villain type. Thank you so much, Kiryu-san. I don't know what I would have done without you. You're a wonderful man. I don't know how I can repay you. Just doing what needs to be done. Don't think too hard about it. And Yao, I I'm sorry. I never meant to get you caught up in this. It's okay, Mom. I understand now. You did end up okay. Reconciling with her mom. All of the above. I don't think I've told you this, but your father, he proposed to me when I was 25. And you know what he always wanted? To give you the finest Bigata kimono. Wow, that it's not redundant. Our workshop could possibly produce by the time you turn that age. Now, I know your father's no longer with us, but the love he had for you will never fade away. And I wanted to honor that wish. I'm still not as good as I want to be at crafting these things. So I couldn't quite make it by your birthday. But the special Bigata I've been working on just for you, it's already been sent to the tailor. Hehe. Honestly, I wanted to keep it a secret until it was ready to present to you. Guess I'm not good at hiding things either. You don't have to say that. No, I do. I'm so sorry now for everything. And I'm sorry too. I never try to understand things from your perspective at all. I hope you can forgive me. Kiryu's just chilling there. It's like, yep. Honest day's work. But it all worked out in the end, huh? Yes, and I owe you a big thank you. All I want is to see your kimono when it's finished. Can you make that happen for me? Of course. You'll be the first person I show, Kiryu-san. You've helped me out so many times now. If you hadn't shown up today, I hate to think what would have happened. Then don't. I'll be there whenever you need me. Then let me show you my appreciation in a way only I can do. The only thing is, it requires you spending just a little more time with me than usual, in a place where the only eyes on us are each other's. Right? It's okay. It's wholesome. Just use your wholesome imaginations. Flashbang! Okay. Such a warm and caring person. It's like I've been dreaming and finally woken up. A lot of things woke up tonight. Today. A lot of... The time we just shared was special. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Neither will I. Kiryu-san, I'm just gonna come out and say it. I love you, and I want you to know I'm all yours. I'll be waiting for you back at the club, okay? Bye-bye now. Welp. That's number 2. It's okay. It's not the end. She's number 2. And suspend disbelief. Just a wee bit. How's my wallet doing? 3.6 mil? We're about halfway through we're halfway through our wallet. This is now. My dream came true. There really is a God up there. You've always been saving me. If there's anything I can do for you. Oh, I was kind of thinking should give a picture of the kimono, but nope. No kimono inside. Oh, I was about to say, that guy looks so sketch. I'm surprised they didn't attack me. I was mistaken. You know? Yup. Alright. What the? Oh, I wanted to tiger punch. I wanted tiger drop you so bad. Oh my gosh. What is up with your hit timing? Yeah, that's right. Hold up. Not like this. What? You deserve the tiger drop. Deserving. Okay. It's the thought. It's the message, you know. All right. We got the third hostess. Saya Unten. Saya Unten? Untain? Okay. Unten, yeah. Unten Saya. Okay. Her voice is a lot higher than the other two. Okay. Alright. We start with the basics. Rose is... Are you good with Rose? Okay. Okay. So it's a coincidence. Alright. I mean, it's chickens. Okay. She's neither. Oh, interesting. So we got to figure out what she prefers now. So it was a coincidence for those two having the same preference. Okay. Just don't be like, so champagne's out of the question, right? I hope it's not more expensive. Alright. Oh, Kiryu-san, I'm gonna guess you're a Tokyo man. Actually, yeah. Knew it! My intuition's right on the money. Hee. Huh, how did you know? People from Tokyo talk different. They got like this big city sort of vibe. I know, cause I was staying in Tokyo till not too long ago. Ooh, now I'm getting all nostalgic. Mostly for Kamurocho. Okay. Kamurocho, huh? That's my neck of the woods. Oh, really? I was actually doing retail over there. Is that right? Mm-hmm. I would do karaoke there all the time too. Perfect way to unwind after a long day at work. Those hustler guys. What do you call them? Barkers? They were a little creepy though. Can't argue with that. Really can't. But still, I wish I could go back. How long has it been since you came back to Okinawa anyway? I came back in January, you know, for coming of age day. I don't actually know what time of month it is. Do you ever plan on going back to Tokyo? Is that a yes? Well, I want to, but did something happen while you were over there? Well, I didn't really get along with the people I worked with. I think I did my job okay, but nobody seemed to like me. Seemed like me. Oh, seemed like me. Okay. Eventually, I ended up quitting on the spot. Who wouldn't after getting treated the way I did? Those people are monsters. Why would they do something like that? Sounds like you had it pretty rough. I'm pretty sure you learned. Not much to go on. I guess we're gonna play the sympathy card. Sounds like you had it pretty rough. It was, but I kept myself busy with work. So it was kind of okay in the end. Oh, it's a neutral. Even so, I'm not gonna let that stop me from going back to Tokyo someday. Anyway, I don't want to end up having the same kind of experience, so this time I'm setting myself some goal. Oh, maybe she was the life lesson thing. So she's a chipper. That's always a good idea. Yep. Gotta stay on top of things, you know? Oh, got a quarter. That I'm not sure. That's right. Are you married, Kiryu-san? Not at the moment. Do you have any family? 9 kids. There's a girl named Haruka who's like a daughter to me. Wait, so I'm confused. Is she your daughter or isn't she? Oh, sorry. That sounded pretty insensitive, huh? Don't worry about it. It's complicated. I can only imagine how lonely she might be though if she doesn't have a mom. I mean, I never grew up with a daddy, so I can relate. Alright. Kiryu does like someone. Kiryu fell for, his first one that he fell for was Haruka's mother, Yumi. But she died. So, they were able to have some closure before she died. And then Kiryu shared a moment with Haru Sayama in Kiwami 2, the detective, the Osakan detective that was part of the big conspiracy with the Korean mafia Jingu outfit and the Tojo clan. In Yakuza 3, no, there wasn't. Right in the beginning of Yakuza 3, Haru Sayama left for the United States to train as a police, like to train the police or being part of the police academy. And she didn't come back in Yakuza 3. And she didn't come back in Yakuza 4. So, wait. That's kind of a lie. She contacted Kiryu in a roundabout way, but it's more like a fourth wall break. It's more like a joke-ish thing. She sent a package to the clown guy, the Bobby guy. It was marked with her name on it, Sayama, the detective. Her given name is Kaoru. Yeah, and Yumi, he liked Yumi a lot. In Kiwami 1, when he was young, right before he went to prison for Nishiki's crime, Nishiki is Yumi's like surrogate, like a brother and sister. They were all orphans. Yumi, he was buying a gift for Yumi, and it was a love band, more or less, like a ring, and it didn't quite get to her because that's also when Nishiki, Sohei Dojima kidnapped her because Sohei Dojima is rather of a scumbag, and Nishiki ended his life because he couldn't reason with the patriarch. And then that's when Kiryu took the fall, and he didn't have the opportunity to give her the ring, Yumi's ring. And all that eventually accounted when he was looking for Yumi. Yumi disappeared when he was in prison. He was informed that Yumi disappeared, and then that's when he encountered Haruka, which turned out to be Yumi's daughter. And Yumi had that Haruka with Jingu, or yeah, not to be confused with the organization Jingu, or like they're really close in pronunciation. But yeah, so he did fall in love technically, like twice. He fancied two people up to this point. Nothing happened in Yakuza 0. He was young, impressionable, but didn't fall for anyone. I mean, I never grew. I wonder if Haruka's lonely. I don't think so. Haruka is like something special. Like she's a different type of strong. Almost an unrealistic amount of strength in Haruka. How about the rest of your family? Sounds like you could use some company. I don't know where we're going with Saya. Does she respond to platitudes? Or sympathy? We tried the sympathy card the last time and got a quarter heart. I guess let's try this. Sounds like you could use some company. What's wrong? Nothing? It's just that you're so sweet. Okay. You've got that deep, gentle voice. Kiryu does have that deep, gentle voice. Makes me want to listen to anything you have to say. Hehe. Both you and Haruka-chan are so lucky to have each other. That is such an understatement. I'm honestly a little jealous. Oh, that was doubly great. That's rare. You know what's not lucky though? My mom. All she does is drink these days. Yikes. And I don't even know what's going on with my brother. Oh, she's not the only child. He hardly speaks to us anymore. Oh, now I'm all sad. Oh, wow, that is dynamic. We gained 3/4 and then lost a quarter? What the? This is a roller coaster ride. Holy heck. I think our time's almost up. You know, the first session we can't extend. We get her business card. Okay. Yeah, the mood swings. Ooh. Near the end, the second girl, Nyao, was, whoa. She swinged. She swinged back and forth. Her personality was like on a roller coaster ride. Hold up. My nose is kind of runny. So, what have we learned from her? She has sympathy, well, I guess empathy for only children. She's from Kamurocho, or she is nostalgic for Kamurocho. And she has an estranged brother. Alright. Details. She's a little bit receptive to pity. Like not pity, sorry, sympathy. Even if you can't relate directly. She's receptive to sympathy, which Nyao was not. Holy heck. And Mika was even more unpredictable. So let's see. Oh, we still need to find out what she wants. Because the same stuff is different. So let's go away from champagne. Let's try Yamazaki. The 12-year-old Yamazaki. Nope. Chocolate? Oh, okay, we'll go with chocolate. Alright, we landed on something. Not sure about drinks still, but chocolates. Alright, cool. Alright, we'll just stick with chocolate. I'm okay with that. Oh, it's a different animation for Yamazaki. Interesting.
Kanpai.
You stir with the Yamazaki. Okay. Forever fever time. Guess what, Kitty-san? What? You remember how I said I had some goals before I went back to Tokyo? Yeah. Well, I decided to hit up a really popular fashion magazine, send them a few good pics that really highlight my profile. Okay. But they ended up rejecting me. Darn. What were you hoping they would do with them? Oh, right. I totally haven't told you yet. I want to be a model. That's one of my new goals. Nice. So yeah, I applied to be an amateur model, but I couldn't make it past the screening. Ah, now I understand. Too bad you didn't make it. Why don't you try something else, somewhere else? You haven't given up, have you? They all seem fairly reasonable. I can see that. Worm, I can see that. So sympathy worked fairly well, but this is sympathy, right? This is sympathetic. However, I don't know if she responds to motivate encouragement, or why don't you try somewhere else, or more optimism, or like more like neutral objectivity. This isn't really stating any optimistic thing. Let's try this is concern. I think that resonates less. It's either, we'll try either of these two. Let's go with this one. It's making the assumption she hasn't given up. Why don't you try somewhere else? You mean like other magazines? Yeah. Nope. What I aim for is what I get. Besides, all my favorite models work for that magazine, so there's no other options for me. Okay. So she's high standards. She doesn't settle. So I guess that's fine. Huh. Alright then. I doubt it'll go smoothly, but that just means it's worth the struggle, right? No. Not for her. Because the way she reacted, she was upset. That's not gonna go well for her. It's not sustainable. If she said, no, I want to go for it, and I'll keep trying, but react in a different way, that would be more consistent. But no, it's going to be a vicious cycle of high standards, and her standards are going to shoot her down. Looks like you've already bounced back from defeat. I guess the third statement, the one that I was rationally out, she's not conscientious. I mean, mindset could be one of those things to work on. No, not in this game. You have to, in order to get the hearts, you have to stay consistent with their mindset. You're not here to change them. You're not like in Kiwami 2 or you're not Kiwami 2. You're not the cabaret owner. You're not the manager. It kind of plays like that, but no, you're just here to tell them what they want to hear, not what they should be hearing. Which actually I prefer quite a bit because that's the role I'm typically in, right? Like it's a familiar role, but this one is it's more interesting to me doing it this way. Nevertheless, though, you will not get done with this. This will take forever if you do not read them and play along with them, as opposed to like saying what Kitty would say. It's like, that statement about have you tried somewhere else, that's what Kitty would say for sure. Like, because he's hopeful, he's an optimist, he believes in things working out and not just one solutions. But she is high strung, high standards, and she's upset about she's upset when people think there are other ways to work out. So we're gonna have to go with like her way or the highway approach at this rate. Of course, can't let something as small as that faze me. Well, at least it cancels out. I guess. Although I was hoping I'd get the job right off the bat. Understandable. Wow. I don't know. The mood swings. That's the second mood swing. Kiryu-san? Have you cheated on someone before? Huh? I want your honest answer too. The answer is no, but I'll let that remain. You have a very vivid imagination. None of these just say no. Because the answer is no. Well, I'm a guy? What kind of... Kitty, what kind of response is that? You have a very vivid imagination. This is accusational, so, let's just go with this. I'll let that remain a secret. What? You're a big cheater, Kiryu-san. I asked you for your honest answer, and now you're... I know some guys just can't help it, but was it wrong to think, what about Kiryu-san? I'm sure he's different. I really dislike her right now so far. By the way, whenever a guy doesn't say whether he cheated or not, 90% of the time it means they have. Yep. This is the my way or the highway type. We gotta, basically, she's not like Mika, she's like Mika. It's a heavy narcissist, an absolute narcissist who projects all the time, but her worldview is about other people as opposed to about herself. So Mika is narcissistic about herself. Well, what I mean is about the facts and stuff regarding her interests, but she is projecting. She's projecting way harder than Mika does. Don't tell me you haven't slept. Nope. After I got out of the club last night, I met up with some friends and sang karaoke late into the afternoon, so it's your fault. But, okay. That sure is something. Mm-hmm. I'm so grateful to have her in my life. But that means I ended up singing for like 6 hours straight. Yeah, I bet you're really proud of that. I bet you think I overdid it, don't you? Holy heck! Yeah, of course. You don't say. Well, when you're at karaoke, how much do you sing? What? Less than 1 hour? Maybe 2 hours? 6? Well, you have to be assertive. It's not guessing. So maybe is out of the question. That's not... So she's making an assumption. I challenge her and say, no, I would agree with her and say that she thinks Kiryu is a sucker, so because she thinks he's judging her, so I'd probably go the opposite. I can't even sing for an hour. No way! Is that it? Tell me you're joking. It's the truth. I can't believe it. It's barely any time at all. How am I supposed to... Oh, God. I think all of them are false. I think all of them are gonna get you negative. We'll find out, because it's gonna recycle to that. Yeah, I absolutely dislike her personality, or her lack of personality, actually. What I mean by her lack of personality is specifically the characteristic that she's not able to think outside herself and her presumptions. We have to think about what her drink is. Let's just say... maybe this? Pantagaton? I mean, it's just distilled stuff. She doesn't like that either. Maybe she's a gold champagne kind of person. At least we know chocolate works. Yeah, she's actually despicable as a hostess. I'm like, being like, a character like this is taking me out of why she's in a cabaret club. Like, she shouldn't be in a cabaret club. So, I as much as you're writing for all these roles, she would fail miserably as a hostess. She's one of those like hostess where you would tuck she's the bronze hostess that you would tuck away and hope that you don't ever use. That's the truth, mechanically. So hungry. Have you not had dinner yet? I haven't had anything to eat today. It was so busy around here, I totally forgot to eat something. Ugh. I hope I can get off soon. I'm in a mood for a nice hot plate of I don't know how to like raise her. She just sounds really stuck up. Rafute, what's that? Wait, what do you mean, Kiryu? You know what that is. Huh? Wait, you've never heard of... What is happening? Why is Kiryu breaking character? It's only the most delicious stewed pork... Yeah. Kiryu's the reason that... What? Stewed pork. That does sound good. Wait, what's going on here? He knows what that is. You take a whole pork belly with the skin still on it, then stew it in the sweet, salty sauce until it's practically falling apart. It's so good, I just can't get enough of it. That's great. Good for you. Well, I'm either going with the first one or the third one. But the third one will attract attention away from her. But it's about what she's assuming. So she's hungry. And she's craving for that. But she's projecting. So if I say, now I'm hungry too, Kitty would be like, wow, now that makes me hungry as well. But she could just be saying like, hey, it is the best thing ever. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you, because you wouldn't take any other response. Let's just go with this. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? I bet you really like it, Kiryu-san. I bet Kiryu does. I bet. Oh, and hey, we should go get Rafute together sometime. I know the perfect place. You don't say. Maybe it's that stall across from the public market that Kiryu is well aware of, but the continuity of this writing is deplorable at the moment. Sounds good to me. Really? Yay, then we've got ourselves a deal. Don't back out on it now, okay? You got it. Abort! Man, I just love drinking, don't you? I don't really know if Kiryu likes drinking. I mean, you as the player drink, but I'm not sure if Kiryu ever expressed his love for drinking. Majima did though. Not Kiryu. That I did. Okay, well there you go. You know, the other day I figured out why is it that I love drinking so much. Want to know why? Because you cope with your narcissism? Sorry, deep cut, but that's probably closer to the truth than what she's gonna say right now. Sure. It's because drinking is super fun and always makes me smile. Coping with her narcissism. Well, not when you're drinking by yourself, but when you're having fun with a whole bunch of friends. Drink tastes so much better when you're surrounded by a crowd of people that care about you and agree with you. Probably not anybody else that disagrees with you and drinks differently. So you have to drink a lot to enjoy the company of other people. I like drinking with friends too. I like drinking with you. That's honestly, I like drinking quietly by myself. That's what Kiryu would say, probably. But he would say the two top one. I mean, but I feel like she wants to hear this. I mean, this is a safe one, right? She said drinking with friends is great. So drinking with friends. This is honestly probably what Kiryu is thinking. But she wouldn't resonate. Or let's just agree with her. I like drinking with lots of friends too. Oh, good. I mean, I also have a lot of fun drinking when it's just the two of us. Alright, so the third option is fine too. I'm glad. But you know, I can imagine you having a good time drinking on your own too. Okay, maybe all three were fine. I mean, it's hard to know anymore. She's... Okay. Yeah? Uh-huh. I bet you look all mysterious and brooding. My heart might just skip a beat if I saw you like that. I never thought about it like that. I did. Breaking the fourth wall here. So the other day I got a call from one of my friends in Kagoshima. Imagine my surprise when she said she's getting married next month and wants me to come to the wedding. She actually, yeah, just for a moment, I'm not ready for this because the writing is really, it's more of a game than a novel. It's more of a game. So because yesterday we were going off of a high on Meow and it fell off a cliff today when we were completing hers. So I'm ready to get gamed here. So the other day I got a call. Okay, so she's had wedding insecurities possibly as well, maybe. Mika had wedding thing too. She was embarrassed because she is still single. That was her wedding thing. Alright. That sure is out of the blue. For real, I had to pitch myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. She said that a bunch of our old friends are all coming too. It's gonna be like a mini high school reunion. So anyway, I got to go to Kagoshima. I get to go to Kagoshima next month. The writing sounds fun. Kagoshima sounds like a nice place. We're just gonna agree. We just let her roll. Let it roll. A wedding. Sounds fun. I bet it will be. You know what's crazy though? She's only 20, just like me. Oh, wow. Man, I wish I could get married soon too. Abort. Kitty, just don't say anything. Kitty, just do not say anything. I think our time's almost up. Alright. Yeah, we already did double extension. We went negative. Just like Mika. We went negative. We countered our progress. Ugh. Alright. I was so surprised that you came today. Alright. It's a mixed bag. Don't worry, don't worry. There's 7 more. She's number 3. There's 7 more. We'll see. We'll see. It's a variety pack. I said this yesterday. I would be really meta if RGG just one day went, you know what? This is a hostess club, and then wrote all the hostess to behave very similarly with different contexts. And like, what were you thinking? It's a hostess club. Of course, that would be metagame. But I think, generally speaking, when it comes to these types of writing, they just write all the different types of like characterizations. So more like a visual novel game where you're trying to cover all the bases, as opposed to being realistically constrained. As in, here's the context, here's the job, here are your clientele, and then typically the characters reflect that. They did change it up a little bit for Yakuza 0 when it became the cabaret stuff. You are the person who's competing with someone else who has a theme. So those themes made the hostess behavior appropriate for the clubs. In this case, it's the other way around. So you just have wildly different hostess that belong to a specific club, and just a trial and error. You're always walking on eggshells the entire time. So it feels more like a game than getting to know a character. Like you're playing now for the game mechanics, as like the getting it right, as opposed to hearing their stories now. Alright, we still haven't figured out what her drink of choice is. And gifts they're pretty much irrelevant. Mechanically. So she rejected Rose. She rejected the Yamazaki and the Tantakatan. Maybe we just go higher and go to black and then see if she bankrupts us. Black champagne? Okay, black champagne is a choice. It's not the best choice. She didn't say it's my favorite, and it didn't like elevate her really high. So there's another choice, but I don't want to go gold champagne. So I don't have enough cash. We're gonna go bankrupt. we're gonna run out of money if we go gold champagne every time. But I'm guessing it's gold champagne. All right. I don't know if you can upset someone by your choice. Kiri-san, do you ever go drinking at regular bars, not just hostess clubs? All the time. Cool. But I can't really imagine any place around here that you might like to drink at. They just don't seem right. Probably not, huh? I wish my mom's bar was closer. Then I could take you there every day. Yeah, I bet your mom's bar is the best bar in the entire world and you don't trust any other bars. Your mom owns a bar? Yep. Just on the outskirts of the city. Really? Yeah-huh. Yeah-huh. And a whole bunch of customers come just to see my mom. I bet. Thanks to her, business is always booming. I bet. Is that so? When I was little, I used to help out around the bar, at least as much as I could. She let me clear dishes and clean here and there. Sounds like you're pretty helpful. You know what the best part was? When I did a good job, she let me have some candy. You know what? Okay, so each girl has like a pet representation, right? Mika thought she's more like a dog, but she's actually a cat. And her pet Tuna is a cat. It was really close, like there's some resemblance, a lot of resemblance. Nao's pet is a plant. It's a bamboo plant. And yeah, if I had to guess of a pet, man, she really does kind of remind me of a Shiba Inu. Like a dog. But specifically, a very specific stereotyped mannerism of a dog. Why is that? Yeah, he's playing hide and seek, like peekaboo thing. Like a peekaboo game or something, I don't know. And then and that other guy, the crying guy, I don't know. We were talking about this yesterday with Joshing. Like it's really weird, but it's the same one, and they change the character models, but the animation is still the same, so I have no idea. Maybe the one guy is like, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't change, but their character models do change. That sounds pretty immature, huh? Getting that excited over a candy bar? We cannot disagree with her. Not at all. Good job, Kiryu. It was good in a way, too. Because I was so excited, I ended up helping my mom all the time. Doge. She's a Doge. A stubborn Doge. Like a Shiba Inu. I like to go there sometime. You don't help out there anymore? That would be a excellent question. Sounds like a great experience. Sounds like a great experience. You know, it really was. I had a lot of fun helping out too. And even though some of the drunks were kind of mean, most of them were super nice to me. I bet they were. That's good. Yeah, sometimes when my mom wasn't looking, they hand me a few bills and tell me to buy myself something nice. Hehehe. Sounds like they really liked you. So, earlier I went to see a movie. It was so good. I went to see shoot. I forgot what it's called, but it was about a firefighter. Okay. But man, the main character guy was so cool. He was in all these crazy situations, so no matter what happened, he had to stay focused, give it his all, and put out these fires and rescue those people. I mean, he was a firefighter. But okay. I was totally swooning over him. I think he's my type. Huh. So you're into firefighters. As long as he's someone I can depend on, no matter what, then yeah. It's gotta be someone who doesn't complain, someone who always takes the lead. That second one? No. Not someone who always takes the lead. You mean someone who always reads your mind and do what you want. That lead, not take the lead as in you let that person decide what to do. That's a whole different, I mean, that it's still implied in that way. You can imply both ways what she means. But specifically, she's talking about someone who takes care of her the way she wants, leader. So more of a protective person, not a conscientious person. Just looking for a fawner and a sycophant. Which checks out. That's fair. That's consistent. It's a complimentary type. If I was her, I think Kiryu is trying to distance himself from it. Yeah. Exactly. That's probably a very reasonable thing. And or at some point, if they were to like stay long together, like in the know together, eventually she will think that Kiryu is just agreeing with her just to agree with her, because that is Kiryu's personality. He's extraordinarily accommodating, so he rarely is taking the lead, so to speak, but in a gambling way, because she wants someone who's taking the lead but in agreement with her, as opposed to not more like Nayo. Nayo is more of a person who requires sympathy and compassion lead. So someone who goes out of their way to care about her, but not super aggressively apparently. Just very sympathetic, but at the same time willing to provide clarity for her. Not in that way. Like, hey, I'm always confused and I'm always insecure. Please provide a comforting clarity, leader. You just want someone to knock the walls down, I guess. And he never backs down, no matter who and what he's up against. That's my ideal type of guy. Sounds like a dream. Those aren't bad values to have. But you know, sometimes that backfires on me. Like, I go out with a guy I think is perfect, you don't say, and they turn out to be totally different than I thought. You don't say. Checks out. I think this writing is pretty consistent so far. For the for the type. I guess there aren't a lot of guys out there that meet my expectations. You don't say. It checks out though. It checks out. So this is still consistent with her archetype. Mika was slightly bumpy. I think Mika was the most bumpy, but Nayo was like pretty consistent until like the third phase, like the last set of hearts. It was weird. Like it almost felt like she was bipolar all of a sudden. Not like in the most strictest sense. Like she was swaying back and forth between two different personality types. Like she was experiencing trauma, in my opinion. Like some sort of trauma that made her react really, really unpredictably. And we're not trying to characterize it like in a like they're real human beings. Obviously, they're trying to put together an archetype, and I would say Nayo so far fared a bit better than Mika in terms of writing. Her, she just checks out. It's just, you know, I don't resonate with this type of personality. Like, I don't like this personality, but it's on point at the moment. What do you think I'm like? That's a great way to phrase that question. That would be a #1 conversation extender. Asking what they think about you. That's how it works? Oof, we're not getting near that one. Focus on bettering yourself. Whoa! Okay, we're gonna start with we're gonna stick with the first one. What do you think I'm like? Huh? You're asking me to judge you based off of what I know? Yeah. What do you think? You're probably real dependable, but in more of a fatherly way than anything. I see. It was neutral. One of the others might have been positive? Which one was it? Was one of them a joke or something? It's hard to tell what Kiryu is going to spin off them, because sometimes it would be like something outrageous and it turns into a joke, and then sometimes it looks very intense, but he ended up executing it seriously. So that's what I mean by how consistent the writing is. Like I don't know. It's early days, man. Some of these localizations are not the greatest for myself. Like it's not intuitive for myself. I just realized Kiryu's hands are not on his knees. His right hand is like well above his knee position. Anyways. You know, Kiryu-san, whenever I'm hanging out with you, yes, I always end up remembering things about the guy I dated back in Tokyo. That, we'll see where this goes, but that is a red flag. In my opinion, generally speaking, understanding this personality type, that is kind of a red flag in this situation. Lots of red flags. It's weird because the two of you aren't even alike. Okay. So you say. You curious? No. No, I just kidding. That's the Kiryu we know. You are curious. No, he's not. I suppose I gotta tell you that no, Kiryu is not curious. Like he really means no. It checks out. It checks out. She's behaving appropriately. It's fine. So it was back when I was working at that shop. One day I got really sick. Like couldn't even get out of bed sick. I had this crazy high fever and I couldn't stop coughing. I seriously thought I was a goner. But I lived to tell the tale, because he nursed me back to life. He came by my place every day till I got better. Sounds like a winner. Until she got to know his personality, probably. And it didn't meet her expectations. Really? That was nice of him. Wasn't it? When it was all going down, I thought to myself, this is the first time since I moved to Tokyo that a guy has been this nice to me. This is the first time since you meet in Tokyo, probably because the first time you actually cared about paying attention to what others are doing. In my opinion, you were in a vulnerable state, and the person that offered a helping hand was the only one you realized could be nice because that's what you want to believe. It's kind of how I interpret that. Like, she went there thinking most guys are not up to her standard. So the one guy that happens to be in the place could be a lot of guys in Tokyo. Just by coincidence or happenstance that it's just this one guy. Before I knew it, I was head over heels. Okay. I'm sensing a gigantic butt with 3 T's. But after we've been dating for a while, I found out he was married with a... Oh, whoa. Okay. Wow, that went in a different direction. I found out he was married with a wife and kids. But they were having an affair? What? Seriously? Mm-hmm. In the end, I wasn't his girlfriend. I was just his side piece. There's no way around that. So after I found that out, things went downhill, and I ended up breaking up with him. No kidding. It's not that big a deal. Kitty, what the Kitty, why you don't... How could you... That's not even a valid choice for Kiryu's role-playing. You made the right choice. You know I'm single. What the... You made the right choice. Mm-hmm. I think so too. I can't imagine what his family must have gone through because of me. But I don't want to lie and say that I regret it. I'm glad I met him. That's actually kind of very mature. Surprisingly mature. But it was a neutral one, so it was... it's not the optimal response. Which one could it be? This is... let's just extend. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. We're gonna go broke here. We're gonna go broke. My wallet. Kitty's wallet is evaporating. Yeah, this is gonna be tough for me. I can't resonate with this. It's tough. I can understand her motivations, but those are some tough things to react to. When you're in this position, if Kitty was like the cabaret manager or something, right? He would be in a position to offer advice, but he's not really offering advice. He's trying to produce chemistry. What's so funny? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about the first time I met you, Kiryu-san. What, you berated me for being agreeable? Is that the first time? At first, I was kind of worried you were going to be this big mean guy. No, he clearly only responded with agreeable softness, but you rejected that. You wanted Kiryu to be a big mean guy so you can be correct. But you totally weren't. Yay. Okay. Well, that's good. That should be a question mark there. Sometimes I wish you were my dad, Kiryu-san. Gee. Okay. Well, we know she pines to have a full family because she doesn't have a father figure. Unfortunately, here's the catch 20, right? Wanting something in the absence of something is often not going to meet the expectation of that person. If you have this type of personality, often it is generally quite more consistent for someone who is open to having new experiences and entertaining the idea that they lack that experience, and then that usually ends up being less friction. But she comes with high standards and expectations, so when she thinks of, I wish I had a dad, the moment, like, if Kiryu becomes a father figure, it's so unlikely for Kiryu to ever satisfy her expectations of what her vision of a dad would be. But she has a vision of her dad without having a dad. That's tough. And I'm not saying she shouldn't try, just you have to realize the limits of that. It's unreasonable to expect someone who doesn't have an experience to know exactly what they want in an experience they lack. It's kind of like all the risk we take when we say, I want to be the best surgeon in the world before you became a surgeon, right? So it doesn't have to do with family and expectations. It's just, I'm saying it's very reasonable that she wish what she sees right now is what she wants, but in reality it will be a mixed bag for her. And depending on her personality type, she'll be ready to handle the not so perfect image or not. And on a one hand, she could learn and become tolerable about that, but right now there's no indication she is tolerable of that. You want me to be your dad? Have my hands full with Haruka? Sure, I'll be your daddy. Okay. This sounds like a neutral response. You want me to be your dad? Mm-hmm. Oh. Huh? Why the long face? Did I say something wrong? Well, it's hard to find the right reaction when you're saying that right to my face. Oh my gosh, Kiryu-san, are you blushing? You're so cute. You're the cutest daddy a girl could ask for. Whoa. So, remember how we used to work at a shop in Kamurocho? Yeah, what about it? Well, one of my friends who worked there with me just called me yesterday. I hadn't heard from her in forever, so I was super happy to hear her voice. That's a nice surprise. She's such an awesome person. I really owe her for all the help she gave me back then. Oh yeah? Mm-hmm. I'll be nowhere without her. Remember how I said I had trouble interacting with customers back at the shop? You mean like right now? Sorry, that's a dig. Yeah. She was the only coworker who was nice to me despite all my screw-ups. That's a keeper. That's a great friend. Where is she now though? That's what I feel like that's what Kiryu would ask. Where's she now? She gave me tons of advice and helped me out of sticky situations. I'm so lucky to have had her. Sounds like it. We've been friends ever since. Okay, so they're still friends. It's tough, but we still keep in touch. Alright, fair enough. How bad was it? That's it? I mean, I would ask this, but I think we're just gonna go with the safe one. Sounds like a great friend. Mm-hmm. I'm so grateful to have her in my life. She told me she's gonna come see me soon. I can't wait to show her how well I'm doing out here. Sounds like a plan. Oh, and maybe she can meet you too? I'll tell her you're my new boyfriend. Huh? You're so cute when you're flustered like that, Kiryu-san. Okay. So, today I ran into one of my elementary school teachers. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it was so great to see him. I haven't seen him at all since I went to middle school. But anyway, my teacher told me he started a Sanshin club? Oh, Sanshin, the poetry, doing like singing, and we met a Sanshin performer, I think, the Sanshin performer in the streets, next to the monorail thing. Sanshin? What's that? Kiryu, please! Continuity! It's a sub-story, so you may or may not have done it before this. So I guess they planned that you haven't done several of the sub-stories before doing the flawless stuff, is what's happening here. So they didn't modify the dialogue to reflect whether Kiryu has done that or not in the game yet. Oh, you've never heard of a sanshin? It's an instrument that's kind of like a shamisen, and I thought it might have been the instrument that the shamisen's based on or something. Huh? That's rad. I mean, Kiryu liked it, like the street performer. You know, I'm really good at the sanshin. I bet you are. Is that so? Yep. And my teacher remembered that too, so he invited me to join his club. I'm so excited. Can't believe he remembered you. Do you still play? I love to hear you play. Hehehe. You want to hear me tear it up on a Sanshin? Oh, I mean, I do have to admit, this is a slight story for another time. But one of the years at Otakon, the anime convention that I volunteer every year, and it's actually, we have to sort out that soon. They invited like this act that had, I think it's like the Yomoto brothers or it's something like that, Yamada brothers or something. That's a game reference, but it had like, it starts with a Y and they have brothers. It's two people who perform more contemporary pieces on dueling shamasens, like those like the string instruments, but they use these like really like weird picks, like large picks. It was pretty groovy. Like it hit pretty hard. Shamasen sounds great, and I imagine the Sanshin sounds similar. And then when she said, "Hear me tear it up," those guys really teared it up. It was great. I would have to re-listen to some of their pieces. Anyways, that's a slight digression, but that's what I'm thinking right now. They were invited as the musical guests for one of the year's conventions. Yeah, I bet it'll sound beautiful. I don't know though, it might be hard. I mean, I'll probably get all shy and flustered playing for you. That's kind of surprising. So you won't play for me then? Well, I'll think about it, okay? Just let me know. Wait, did we get anything for that? I think that was a neutral thing. I don't remember if that was positive or not. Time's up. And our money's gone. Alright. We're waiting. So, I drank so much today. My head's spinning. I've been super duper tired lately. I mean, you drink a lot, you stay up late all the time. I sure wish someone would come and take it all away. Well, that's not realistic, but, you know, wishful thinking. I was about to say something, but I don't remember anymore. Here we go. Oh, eventually she's gonna start asking Kiryu the questions like, what do you like about me? Or what's your type? The question. It comes up because it's stopped at the milestones. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna stick to the black champagne. I'll take a half heart any day. Chocolate isn't the best. Generally, you can get a full heart if you land on it, but I don't want to guess anymore. We land on the first thing they like and go for it. Alright. Here we go. Race. Race. Hey, Kiryu-san, what's your favorite thing about me? Not even scripted, I'm telling you. Oh, it's actually scripted, but still. This session was not scripted. Alright. Well, where'd this come from? I just want to know, okay? Plus, if you tell me, then I get to learn more about you, Kiryu-san. Come on, tell me what you like about me, please. Let's see. It is scripted, so... Okay. Okay, so not that. So probably the face? I'm using her reaction as a thing. Her eyes. So it's either her eyes or her lips. This sounds more... What about her nose? Can I point at her nose? Her ears? Her earring? Her necklace? No. Let's go with her eyes. I'm more of an... Her eyes seem fine. Your eyes, they're just the right shape. You think so? Alright. I like your eyes too. Okay. Yeah? Just stop staring at me though, or I might die from blushing. Alright, fair enough. Kiryu-san, I'm kind of worried about something. Could you hear me out for a sec? This is where Kiryu raises his hands like, check please. Sure, what's up? You see, at the town's big coming of age ceremony, I got interviewed at the local TV station. Oh, cool. So they asked me, how are you feeling today on the day of your coming of age ceremony? I opened my mouth to say something, but I just couldn't. Why not? You know how I never met my dad? You know how I never met my dad? I was wanting to say something like, I want to thank my parents for bringing me into the world and taking care of me. You have a parent. What? But then I felt awkward all of a sudden, and I ended up just saying nothing. Huh. Lecturing is out of the question. I don't feel like lecturing is the go ahead. But these two are rough. I'm gonna go with the first one. No need to say it. Huh? Why? You don't need to go spouting off about it on camera. As long as you feel thankful in your heart, that's enough. Smooth. I guess you're right about that. Still, I can't help but feel jealous of everyone else sometimes. It's a neutral statement, so it's one of them. Ugh. Okay. You know, I was thinking maybe it's harder for a teen guy than it is to be a teen girl. Go on. That is probably the least selfish thing she has said so far. But it might be more of a coveted grass is greener on the other side deal. And excusing the circumstances that she has in order to elevate herself. We'll see. Is this about your brother? Oh, yeah, that's right. I totally forgot about that. Yeah? When we were little, we were practically inseparable. He chased me around the house. Ooh, that's a typo. He chased me around the house, shouting, "Saya, come play with me." I couldn't get away from him. But now, whenever I call him, he doesn't pick up. He never texts me back either. Sometimes he doesn't even come home at night. You worry about him? Yeah, super worried. Okay, interesting. That's actually kind of a break of character. So like more dynamics, less consistency, which is kind of it's neat. My mom's been working the bar ever since we were kids. Okay, so I've basically taken care of my brother. And there it is. All right, back to form. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. There's a startling difference between someone who says, and then we have each other, and we took care of each other, to I basically did everything. So back to form. I see. Your brother's not a kid anymore. You're so motherly. He's just at that rebellious age. Wow, that sounds so out of character for Kiryu. Well, not a younger Kiryu. I could see him saying that like in Yakuza 0 when he was younger, because he's surrounded by rebellious males. But for someone his age, this is rarely something. This is more for someone who has limited experience with children or younger people. But Kiryu's like he's like the father of everything at this point. Let's go with this one. You're so motherly. Huh? I guess I kinda am. Wait, but I don't want to be a mom. I'm still just a kid. Okay. She wanted me to agree with him to say that his brother's not a kid anymore. He should act like an adult. So he has responsibilities, and therefore, yes, her brother's wrong. He's a bad person, and you should be frustrated at him. Kind of weird if I was both. Hey, Kiryu-san. Yes, narcissist? Are you going back to Tokyo again? Yeah, pretty soon. Pax. Oh, okay. Guess things are gonna get pretty lonely around here. Probably for you. But you know, I'm gonna go to Tokyo too.
そう
That's right. Okay, no more moping. I'm gonna save up a ton of money and get myself to Tokyo. It's nice to have goals, but how do you do that? Then we'll hang out again in Tokyo. Yay, alright. I'll be waiting for you. Assume that she'll be successful, which is very agreeable. When can you leave? So weird. You don't have to force yourself to go, but she already knows. She's already resolved. You don't tell her what she... I'll be waiting for you. Really? So it's totally okay for me to come see you. What? You weren't going to? Of course I'm gonna. I can't wait to hang out with you over there. Alright. Same. Alright. Let's extend it. We're almost there. Oh. My wallet! Oh, we need to get this. We need to nail these. Oh boy. It's like a marathon.
乾杯
We'll have to like mix in some other activities, obviously, but oh man, my place is a total garbage fire. Okay. Wait, what? It's on fire. Kiryu, please. Well, not on fire, but full of garbage. I'm not surprised. I haven't cleaned it in a super long time. It's gotten so bad I can't even see the floor anymore. Checks out. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. There's dirty laundry piled up everywhere and the trash can is overflowing. Checks out. There's this weird smell in the living room too. It's got me thinking that I should probably clean up a bit. Go on. So I decided I'll do it on my next day off. Okay. Oh man. I'm probably gonna find all sorts of weird stuff under that sea of crap. Not looking forward to that. As long as you do it. No, I refuse to believe. No, can't believe you were fine with it until now. Fist pump, like that's more of a fist pump, right? Like a, you know, a fist pump right there. You could get sick, you know. Oh, okay, that's a little bit lecturing. Holy heck, we're in trouble. Let's go with this. Can't believe you were fine with it until now. I mean, maybe I'll be okay with this mess. I just have to get used to it. Okay. No, you'll still need to clean it up. It's for the best. Yeah, I know. You know what makes me super happy? If you help me clean up, Kiryu-san. And there it is. Oh, there was something in Tokyo that totally caught me off guard. You mean you don't get caught off guard like 90% of the time because you have such a narrow vision of everything? Oh, and what's that? People in Tokyo apparently don't heat up their onigiri before they eat them. Amazing. Wait, you warm them up? Of course you warm them up. That's what's normal over here. Go on. So, like, when we go buy some onigiri from the convenience store, we always ask the clerks to heat them up for us. Is it? It's random. It's random. I personally don't, unless it's like for me is yes and no. Onigiri, yes and no. Like some onigiri, some not. If it's warm outside, I don't warm it up. If it's cold outside, I warm it up. Like it's, but it's just how she promoted it that just got me sipping, you know? Like really? What did she say? It shocked her? Does it really shock people that people have different food preferences? I mean, that's a rhetorical statement, obviously. It really is confined to someone's worldliness. Huh. Oh! I was basically asking if she made up a standard. Oh, you're doing the, oh, is it now? That kind of thing. I don't think it is. That's why it's so weird. Like she's, okay. In a way, it can be very appealing to someone. If she was open-minded but naive, I find that very appealing. But she's not open-minded and naive. She's close-minded and naive. As in, if you were to tell her, oh, that's kind of cute, like, you know, people eat onigiri differently, and she's like, no, it's not. It's definitely normal to heat it up. That kind of thing. It's not my jam. I don't resonate with that very well. But I could see if she met someone that meets her expectations, as in they're on the same wavelength, that's like match made in heaven. Like, they're probably going to be joined at the hips, right? One would even say ignorant, blissfully ignorant. And that type of love is like the jackpot. But most of the time, even concerning yourself with even ritualistic things about how people eat their food, especially food happens, you know, everyone eats, like, that's tough. So if things like that becomes a point of friction or point of confusion or something, that's gonna be tough. If she meets someone who differs, it'll come up every time, at least realistically speaking. Just remembered something. So get this. My first job ever was at a convenience store. Okay. My first day, I was so nervous when this customer came up to the register with some inari sushi. I freaked and asked if she wanted me to heat that up for her. Okay. Huh, really? She just shook her head and said it was sushi rice, not regular rice. So no thank you. I was so embarrassed I thought I was gonna die right there and then. Right then and there. I always say those backwards. Is it actually right then and there? Or I have a habit of saying it in the other phrase. That's just a little minor detail, but I've seen this happen a couple times because this phrase is used in the localization. But yeah, it's sushi rice, but so she's really, really concerned and even embarrassed on something that actually, if there was a possibility that person was like, oh, well, you know, no big deal, right? That's a conscientious questioning. But because of her expectations, she's embarrassed, which is fine because in this case, she's okay with it in retrospect. But I don't know if she was okay with it in the moment. Haha, no kidding. Maybe it's just something your family does? Onigiri should be eaten at room temp? Wow, that is straight up like, nah, onigiri is not normal to be heated. Nah, bruh. I can't say I want hot inari sushi either. Okay, that's actually... So she's sharing how embarrassing it is, so she thinks it's normal to not have hot inari sushi. So this is agreeing with her assumptions. So we're gonna go with that. But I don't know if he's making a comment, that top one, he's making a comment about the heating onigiri. I can't say I want hot inari sushi either. Hehehe. Me neither. I was just so nervous. Just the thought of hot inari sushi is so gross. I'll say. Sorry for anyone who thinks otherwise, but we're trying to agree with it. I wonder though, is it really that bad? I don't know. Have either of you tried it? I don't know actually. Well, maybe you should give it a try sometime. Wait, Kiryu? Why don't you try it? Maybe we should give it a try sometime? Hey, Kiryu-san, do you like baseball? Oh, here we go. You mean watching or playing? Either or? Let's see. I'd rather get to first base with you? What is this? Wait. Oh no, now that... I'm gonna make a button. Now that is a curveball right there. That statement right there is a curveball. We're just gonna go with something honest, okay? I like batting. Oh, okay. Have you ever been to a batting center? Yep, I totally have. But no matter how hard I try, I can never even hit the ball. Oh my gosh, she thinks that's negative. Oh, wait. Hold up. It's gonna roller coaster, right? She's gonna roller coaster. How do people even hit something so fast with such a narrow stick? Maybe I'm just not gripping the bat the right way? No. Wow. Wow. I can't with her. I can't. Somehow she made a question about batting about herself. Like she asked Kitty a question and it was made about herself. And not only that, she made herself upset for asking Kiryu a question. I just can't sleep at all tonight, Kiryu-san. Maybe I'm getting sick. What are you doing right now, Kiryu? I kind of want to see you. Oh my gosh, this has been a difficult task. We have not been able to reach the required amounts. We have not break the limit yet. Oh, she's away. Never mind. Okay, we have triggered it. We just walk around a little bit. Just chill, you know? There it is. Hello, Kiryu-san? Oh, hey. What's going on? I was just wondering if you'd like to hang out with me right now. Sure, sounds great. Oh, yay. I'll be waiting at Smile Burger. Yep. Man, that is the happening spot. All the ladies love Smile Burger. You know? We're doing karaoke. Enough said. Karaoke is karaoke. We gotta see what her song is. Unfortunately, there's only like 6 songs. So there's gonna be overlap between the hostesses. My bad. My bad. Oh no, there's a dude. My bad. Jaywalking, don't do it. Don't don't be like the gamer and jaywalk. Oh, Kitty-san, you're already here. I decided to come early too. I just couldn't sit around and wait any longer. So, where are you taking me today? Karaoke. I just only realized karaoke sounds like an Asian word. Yeah, it is. It's a Japanese word. Here in the K-Kona world is karaoke. But I've gotten so used to saying karaoke, so I tend to go back and forth every once in a while. Depending on who I'm talking to, I go back and forth between karaoke and karaoke. It's probably not even how you say Japanese people say it. It's just I just gotten so used to saying it. Like there might be some subtle accent and whatnot. Karaoke is kind of closer. My parents say that. Actually, not knowing like the romanticization of it or like the localization or the phonetics or something. My parents say that karaoke, so I'm closer representing what I hear from my parents. But karaoke is what most people say in my part of the United States. People would use the phrase karaoke. I inherited my parents' enunciation of the term. This was before I became a weeb, and then an otaku, and so on. All right, what song are you gonna pick? Summer Memories. All right, let's see it. Fair enough. Watch her get mad at me for being bad. What is the definition of a weeb even? Just someone who originally, yeah, I know you're kind of being a little bit sarcastic, but generally speaking, like if we had a hierarchy, otaku elevates beyond a weeb because a weeb is very selective in what they want to understand about the Japanese culture, and then otaku is more like there are things about, like for example, a weeb typically is not going to want to, I mean, there's a very limited range where people would be interested in like tea ceremonies, flower arrangements, sumo culture, feudal Japan, you know, magi periods, the different periods of enlightenment in Japanese history, that kind of thing. But weebs, not in a bad or a good way, it's just they're very selectively hyper focused on what is trendy and more youthful culture, which includes, anime, manga, celebrities, content creation, that kind of thing. So younger, were more trendier, more outreaching. I One thing that makes me more, I guess, closer to an identify as an otaku than a weeb is I really like haikus. Like I like understanding haikus, but I have no command of the Japanese language in order to even barely appreciate the depth of Japanese poetry or Japanese centric poetry. Actually, the haiku thing goes all the way back to high school. Even before I watched, uh, actually, it was a little after I watched like Toonami and Gundam series and whatnot. I was more interested in the military intrigue, the like It's not really geopolitics anymore. It's more like space versus Earth, but it's more or less the future of geopolitics. Um, and how Japanese interpretation of that, like how they tackle that. So that's kind of why I would use otaku instead of a weeb. And then it used to be derogatory, obviously. I don't know. Being a dilettante was something being insulting someone for liking things very selectively is ironically very selectively weebish to begin with. So when I was younger and I heard the like nerd phrase, a geek, weeb, those terms, I couldn't resonate with those terms because ultimately I'm either a dilettante, someone who dabbles in a lot of things. So ultimately, I know that I am not a specialist in any of those things. That would be considered weebish too, or nerdy or geeky, where you think you know a lot, but I know I don't know a lot. I just like a lot of different things about the one topic. I'm not suggesting I know a lot, but the terms that are being used is to insult the person for not understanding the depths of something, which is no longer the case here. But psychologically, it was promoting an environment or a subculture of hobby seeking that was very unhealthy, and it's come to a like a critical mass now. Now it's even more frowned upon or almost embarrassing or self-encouraging that, oh yeah, you have to be really good at what you're saying in order to really declare yourself as something, as opposed to saying you're a human being and you like a lot of things, and that's awesome, that's celebratory. And then at the same time, you could be someone like an otaku who's like really into it, but those are the things that are being celebrated, as opposed to the things where like, oh, you just like a lot of things, you dabble a lot, you're a weeb, that kind of thing. um but it's not, it's emphasizing, it used to be insulting because it was implying that you overestimate how much you know. So like a weeb would be someone like, oh, I know about Japanese life because I learned it from an anime, that kind of thing. But ultimately, that is still more than someone who's completely disinterested in the Japanese culture. So instead of comparing to someone who lives in Japan, insulting someone who doesn't, I'm not saying it has to be a Japanese person, I'm saying specifically someone who really, really cares about something, insulting someone who's trying to care about it because they're enthusiastic, but only certain things interest them. They're not comparing it to a person who's completely not interested in, as in thinking outside not being selfish and thinking about themselves. it's more accurate to compare it to someone who's not you and just completely doesn't care about it, like, versus someone who does. It's very flattering, in my opinion. This is just my take. Others could find it insulting because they could say, well, they should have cared enough to get it right, or something, or not misrepresent. And for me, if you have any ounce of interest, it's flattering. Like, if someone asks me, why do you suck so much? Well, hey, I'm flattered you actually even care that I sucked at something. Like, I'm perfectly fine when someone actually care more than not caring at all. When you don't care about something, you don't go out of your way to draw attention to the thing you're saying you don't care about. You actually do care about it. You're concerned with it. If you hate something a lot, you care a lot about it. Just not in the way that is desirable. It may be that thing. So weeb is like, it's flattering. But I'm not a Japanese person, so I can't speak to that. When someone says, oh, I asked them about kung fu movies, right? They're like, oh yeah, Jackie Chan was great. It's like, yeah, he was, wasn't he? As opposed to, oh no, that's the snobbery comes out in the other end, like, oh no, like Jackie Chan, that there's so much more than just Jackie Chan. And then you make the person like, oh, I'm sorry, like I'm only interested in this. It's like, well, you don't understand the thing. That's kind of why I'm at the other end a lot of times. It's one of those things. Your enthusiasm as an otaku or someone who's beyond the weeb may shroud you in being too comfortable in assuming that your standards are so high. It's what's happening with what's her name? It's what's happening with Saya. Her standardization is what's making it very hard for her to like expect things properly. If you really love something, you have to understand you really love that thing. So if that is the truth, the good honest fact, you also have to accept that most people are not going to love it as much as you do. But they will think they love it as much as you do. It's just your threshold is higher. Who knows? Their threshold might be higher and they'll treat you the same way. And I don't want to encourage that. I personally do not enjoy that. And that is what I call gatekeeping. That's usually, this is where I digress into another phrase that I use a lot, but not in an aggressive, not trying to make it aggressive, but to raise awareness. When you become very passionate, you become a gatekeeper, and you can stop people from becoming your friends or wanting to love the thing just as much as you do because you stopped it from happening in the first place. And that's like FromSoft fans, Souls fans. It happens all the time. When you play a game, you start like playing this game, it's like, oh, it's so good. It's like, wait till you get to this. Wait till you get to this. It's like, I'm over it. I do that too. That definitely with Yakuza. Like, I'm becoming slowly and surely, I'm becoming getting into that state. So I just remind myself, like, tone it back. Not everyone wants to like live and breathe Yakuza when they first saw it. So when someone asks me a question, I got to make sure I'm like, what do you think is interesting about it? Like, get on the level of the person that's asking. That's kind of like the digression that is natural for something like Yakuza, because it's a long series, so long, so much baggage. So you might just scare people away or ruin it for someone. And that's kind of why passion is a really wonderful thing when it goes well. It's a really terrible thing when it blinds you to other people's concerns. Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna sing Kamurocho Lullaby because freaking Kiryu only sings this song for his ladies. You think I FC this by now. It does compliment his manly voice quite a bit though. his soothing Giga Chad voice.
流れゆく夜の蝶怪しく惑わせて欲情も愛情も純恋歌にカムロ町
カムロ町
優しく夜に抱かれ涙ほろりほろり舞い散る雪は飾る人で汚れた街でさえも花咲きても花散るとも眩しい雪月花
雪月花
ありがとうございました。
Classic. Every single time. Any guest he has, he sings this one. It's just that's just it. That's just it. Oh, what I really appreciate though, because of karaoke, why do I karaoke even if I have all the lyrics? They actually get the voice actors to sing their version, because when you play alone, it's a different track. It's a different vocal track, and you can hear the tonation and the timbre in their voice. So it's the voice actresses and the voice actors that sing the song when there's when you're lively interjecting, the person singing, the character that's singing, they actually recorded them on that track, and that's great. That's just like that little bit shows it has no mechanical bearing or any it's flavor, and it gives it personality. So her singing's really airy though. I definitely am more of a sultry kind of person. She was quite breathy in her take on that summer song. Just quite a bit. The bass one, like the one without a singer, is more like a Vocaloid. It sounds more like a tuned Vocaloid sound as opposed to someone singing. I don't know if it is or not. This reminds me of a Vocaloid. Alright. We did it. Wait, did we unlock or... Oh, I didn't even check if we unlocked. I think we did. Oh. So many thoughts. I have so many thoughts. It's so great. This game series is gonna provide so much. We're not even halfway through the RGG universe. Not even halfway. Although there is something to be said. The modernization is gonna hit like a freight train the moment we exit out of 345, and it's gonna go it's gonna become a lot smoother transition, and all the ideas and stuff will become... I will probably be a lot less shocked or distilled because it's getting closer to modernization, and then the stuff and the context and all the references and stuff are going to be modernized. They're going to get closer to modern day stuff, so there will be probably a lot less reactions and confusion from me, which makes it... I would be very cruise control. It will become a lot more like cruise control. For now, all the designs, like all these old stuff, oh, some things are really frustrating, some things are baffling, and it's great. Like, it's been great. Like, I hate stuff, I get frustrated with stuff, that's great. There's no like status quo or standard like expectations or gold standards. It's great. Gosh, I can't stop thinking about our little date, Kiryu-san. I can. No, I'm just kidding. I hope we can do that again sometime. Hey, Kiryu, you're looking for... Yeah, okay, okay. And you're robbing me blind, lady. We order $1,500 champagne twice every time. It's so expensive. She's slightly more expensive than Maki. Mika, sorry. I don't know why I said Maki. Mika was okay with rose champagne, which saves me 50k. Alright, alright. Alright, Saya. Let's hear it. Hey, Kiryu-san, have you heard about anything Oh, I have a lot of time to go. Okay, okay. What could she be interested in? Oh, Rafute, right? I heard the Rafute soba of the Okinawa soba place in the Kirushi arcade is really delicious and rich in collagen too. I don't know about that collagen thing. But they're right about that soba. Their noodles are so good. Wait, what? What? Didn't one of the dialogue options how she raved about Rafute? How? What is? Alright, it's fine. I like the Ebichi soba way better than the Rafute one though. Okay, so suddenly she's not about that. Because of soba. Alright, fair enough. I'll still take it. At least it doesn't upset her. I don't think the stories can upset anyone. At least I don't think. The meat is super soft and juicy and totally delicious. You should give it a try, Kiryu-san. You'll definitely like it. I'm telling you about it. Saya. Of course it's delicious, and we tried it. I wish I could try it. Like, IRL. Like, it would be wonderful. What is that face she's making? You know, lately, my brother's been acting kind of weird. Okay. I didn't know you had a brother. Wait, what is going... What's happening with the writing? What? How? What? What is happening with the dialogue? I mean, he was the one who actually remembered the brother, like, last session, and I forgot about the brother. What the? Alright. Okay, that's a little weird. That's a little that's an inconsistency problem. Huh? Wait. Did I not tell you about him before? Well, I've got a little brother. His name is Akira, and he just started high school. I feel like this was out of order somewhere. This feels so out of place. Okay. How's he been acting strange then? Well, he's been skipping school a lot. Like, I keep running into him around town when I know he's supposed to be in class. Okay. I asked him about it too. I say, hey, don't you have class right now? But he just gets mad at me and tells me to shut up. Now I'm worried that Akira's getting caught up in some funny business. My mom's no help. She keeps telling me to leave him alone. If my dad was alive right now, I bet he'd give him a good talking to. There are a lot of concerning details about what she just shared. That's enough, Akira, or something real strict like that. Just let him be. You never skip school. Let's just agree with her. I would be worried too. Like, those would be my words. I would be worried as well. I'm about to sneeze. I'm about to sneeze. Okay. Sorry. Allergies. Mm-hmm. What if Akira gets involved in something shady? Shouldn't I do something? She hates that? I'm trying to sympathize with you. Wait. What? What? You can pick a second choice? What? This is a deflection, which I'm not entirely sure where this is going. But just letting him be would be like what her mother's saying. I want to know what how she responds to this one. You never skip school? Huh? You're asking me? Yeah. Yeah, I skip class pretty often, not gonna lie. Alright. She's a little bit self-aware. Well, maybe your brother's doing the same thing you did back then. So, I don't need to be all that worried about him then? I would still slightly be worried about him. Like, both. Instead of being, like, not worried or worried, being worried but also being understanding. Like, both. Right? Yeah. You'll be alright. Hakuna Matata. No, I'm just kidding. I forgot what the other Nanburi Naisei. I don't know. I don't remember. Nanburo Naisei or something. I need to remember that phrase again. Huh. You know, you're right. It's okay if he skips school sometimes, as long as he ends up graduating. Hakuna Matata. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks, Kiryu-san. Alright. It didn't lead in a way that I was worried it would lead some other way, but it kind of worked out the way that's very reasonable. Because I could see her being extremely offended. Like, what do you mean? It's normal not to skip school or something. I went to see my mom the other day, and boy, was she in a super good mood. Apparently, one of her favorite regulars asked her out the other day. How does she feel about this? Oh, how'd that go? Pretty well for him, I think. She was so flustered and giddy talking about it. I bet it's only a matter of time before the two of them get all lovey-dovey with one another. She's already brought an expensive brand name wallet to give him as a token of her affection. I'm like, come on, Mom, you're going a little overboard, don't you think? Huh. As much as I want to be happy for her, I can't help but cringe when I see her like this. Okay? She's got a bad track record when it comes to guys. It doesn't take much sweet talk to scam her out of her money. That's what makes you cringe? I don't know what this new guy is like, but still, why don't you get to know him? I can't help but worry about her. What if this is just another scam? Why don't you get to know him? Plus, every time she does get scammed, she gets real depressed about it and ends up crying a lot. That doesn't sound good. My mom's just a lonely type. She just wants to be with someone. Optimism's not the greatest, I feel, in this situation. She's a cynic at this point. I get why you're concerned. Mm-hmm. My mom worked herself to the bone making sure my brother and I grew up right. And she did it all by herself, too. I just want my mom to be happy. You're a great daughter. You know that? I can get behind that, what Kiryu just said there. And she's upset. Well, I just want to see my mom smile. I hate seeing her down in the dumps. Right. I don't know where this is going. You know, I never got the chance to meet my dad. Okay. Yeah, alright, let's go. It leaves me wondering what kind of person he was. Yeah? Sometimes when something really good or kind of bad happens to me, I like to think about my dad and imagine the kind of situation we get into. Really. Yeah, huh? In my mind, my dad's really nice but kind of shy. Huh. Yep. And once a week, he goes out and buys me a ton of rafute. See? What the? Just for me? Oh man, that's so inconsistent. Oh, and he gets super proud of me whenever I ace a test. But if I try to mess with him when he's taking a nap, he gets kind of mad at me. He also gets mad at me when I walk around the house with just a towel on. He hides his face with this newspaper and say, girls shouldn't strut around half naked like that. Okay. You shouldn't walk around in just a towel? You've got an imagination. Sounds like a fun family? Sure, let's go with that. Doesn't he sound fun? Yep. Sounds like the dad of your dreams. You know, though? It's all in my imagination. I know it's not never gonna happen. Because my dad's not around anymore. Okay. Kiryu-san, big news. I finally heard back from them. Heard back from the magazine? That fashion magazine I applied to. You know, for modeling? Oh, right. What they say? Hee. Another no? Oh, okay. Wow. It took it a lot easier. Oh. I sent in a pretty sexy picture too. Sexy. Mm-hmm. I was barely wearing anything. But I'm not giving up. Not now, not ever. Good to hear it. One of these days, I'm going to be a model. I'm going to keep trying until I get there, no matter how many tries it takes. I'll keep fighting this battle till I finally win. You'll keep fighting this battle if and when you win. But, you know, I'm just going to keep rooting on you. Ganbatte. Yeah. Thanks a bunch. Want me to help take pictures of you? What the heck, Kiryu? What kind of question is that? Oh, sure you want to help. I bet you're just in it to get some sexy pictures of me, right? That's not what I was getting at. But now that you bring it up, I wouldn't mind at all. Well, if that's the case, maybe I'll ask you to help out next time. You got it. I want to say it's smooth, but man, this is not smooth sailing. She makes positive things into negative things. She turns W's into L's. Excuse me. Alright. Alright, head in the game. Just 2 good responses, right? We got this. Head in the game. Just don't tick her off. This is so hard. This is the hardest hostess to date. Even Mika wasn't this roller coastery. I can't believe I bought it. What? Oh, what? I got myself another little silver accessory. I just love silver. It's so pretty. I see. You're wearing... I don't see what's different though. Because the chain is still there that she's wearing and her earrings. Are you wearing it? It's one I've been wanting for a while too, and I was finally able to get it with my last bonus from work. Do you know which one of my accessories is the one I like the most? Come on, guess. It'll be fun. Okay. Headband? That's not silver, huh? But it's an accessory. Her ring? Wait. There's a ring? Her necklace? How do I even highlight her necklace? Oh. Okay. Oh, it's her... Alright, well, we'll just go with her necklace. Okay. I knew you get it. You're so much... You know so much about me after all. I mean, you have a lot of silver accessories. I guess. Well, what do you think? Does it look good? Yeah, it's really pretty. Oh, we got it. I'm so glad. Alright. Good. You know, I'm pretty flexible, but everyone thinks it's super weird. I don't know how I feel about that. I can do a whole bunch of stuff. Go on. Like, I can slide down into the splits, and I can put my head behind my neck too. I mean, I could do that when I was a kid too. I guess I don't really know how old she is. If she's a hostess, actually, wow, now that I come think about it, Mika's 29. Historically, up to this point, hostesses are between the age of 20 to 22. But I just realized I didn't make that connection that Mika's 29. I mean, there are hostesses that are older and younger. Like Yuki volunteered to be a hostess temporarily, and she was 39. But Yuki's extremely charming. Like, she's so fleshed out as a character between the two games. The writing became disproportionately more invested after the Cabaret Club thing, but you know, that's just the beginning. Just the beginning. So, when you say you can do other stuff too, what else can you do? Huh? Wait, did I say that? You did. I don't know. Never mind then. Oh, what are you getting so flustered for, Kiryu-san? I'll just let you imagine all the stuff I can do. Oh my gosh. Send help. Have you cheated on someone before? Oh wait, is this a repeat? Oh yeah, it is a repeat. I said I'll let that remain a secret, and she's like, oh, but you gotta be... Oh no. I guess we'll just say, well, I'm a guy. Well, I am a guy. So, you have cheated before? There have been some occasions? Excuse me? Oh, so that's the kind of guy you are. You said it with such confidence, too. How am I supposed to react to that? However you like. I'm just... Wow, so even the mighty Kiryu-san needs a little comfort on the side, huh? Go figure. Well, I don't know if I put it quite like that. Oh, this is the sleepy one? Oh. I think, challenging her, right? Worm, this is the one. This is for you. We're gonna challenge her and say, I could go for 6 hours like it's nothing. What? That's long. Wait, are you just trying to impress me or something? No, not at all. You sure? Oh my gosh, we just lost half a heart too. You sure? Sheesh, Kiryu-san. You don't have to pretend to be, I guess being reservation. I feel like it's all losses. I'm disappointed. Oh my gosh, you lose a full heart for that? What? That's even worse. Ugh. Oh my gosh. There goes our money. Ugh. No. My gosh. Saya. Holy heck. Thank you so much. Oh, no. We have to go back again. Oh my gosh. Dude. That's tough. Oh no, we don't. Okay, we don't. It's fine. I even walked around for a bit. What's holding her up? Holy heck. Okay. Second date. Alright. Yeah, smile burger. Let's go. So we still trigger it. Even if we drop below the threshold. Oh. Tough. Very tough. Clearly, I spent too much time around agreeable people. What the? That corner. Alright. Alright, buddy. That's not what I want to do. I want to kill you. Please! Oh my gosh, dude. I just wanted to pick up the guy, not the object. Man. Why you gotta make things so difficult? Or tilt it. Saya, tilt us. Oh. Hey sis. Oh, it's Akira. What are you doing here? What do you care? It's none of your business. Oh, okay. Oh, right, Kitty-san. This is my little brother, Akira. Hey. Anyway, I'm out of here. Bye. Whoa, that's some cold shoulder. Jeez, all he does nowadays is hang around town, wasting his time. He's even started skipping school. Yeah, you already told us that. What am I gonna do with him? Anyway, let's continue our date. Oh, her sub-story is gonna be resolving her relationship with Akira? So, where are we? Hey, pool? Sure. Okay. This is the only pool girl. Let's go. 9 ball? Looks like 9 ball. Okay. Oh, we get to pick. Wait, hold up. No. Let's just stick with 9 ball. It's fine. We were more likely to lose 9 ball. The way I'm expecting her AI to work, I guess. Over and over and over and over. Go in! Go in! Go in! We did it! We got the Steam achievement. A 9 ball ace. Wow. I'm not even sorry. I'm not even sorry. Quickest date ever. I'm not even sorry. Sorry, Saya. I know it was a quick game, but we have a small event ready for customers who's on a date. We have okay, would you be okay? Sure. It's called a prize bank shot. We have the name of some prize written on the billiards table. Make a bank shot onto it to win. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's like the dark thing. Interesting. Oh. Panted hanger? Panted hanger? Wait, that's bad, isn't it? Oh, hanger. Oh, a hanger. I thought of something else. I thought of hangry, like being hangry. So a hanger, like a clothing hanger. Oh my gosh. Oh, what the heck is a panther pose? And where is it even on the... Okay. So do we want, I kind of wanted the panther pose, but I didn't hit it hard enough. It's fine. Alright. Shortest date ever. Just whack. It's fitting, isn't it? Oh man, you lost. You're way too good. Way too lucky. Alright. And then we go straight into the club. Into phase 3. Phase 3 boss engaged. This is gonna be so tough. I can't even. I won't be. This is gonna be tough. Not even sugar coating it. Okay. Favorite time. If only we can reproduce that ace for the expert level that we still have to beat in billiards. Okay. Right, she was okay with the refute thing. Well, we'll just see if she has a different dialogue. Yeah, the lady who works there is super nice. I went there to eat once with my brother, and she gave us 2. Okay, she said something different. Oh, that's nice of her. She's so sweet. No wonder the place is so great. He didn't talk about the Rafute at all, but... So, remember my brother? You met not that long ago, right? Just like a minute ago? Yeah, Akira, right? Mm-hmm. Is something wrong? Well, my friend said she saw Akira the other day. He was walking around with a bunch of scary... He was walking around with a bunch of scary looking guys. I asked my brother, what was that all about? But he wouldn't tell me anything. That's not a good sign. I thought, well, maybe she just saw someone who looked like him. But she said she heard the guy call him out by his name, so it must have been him. I can't help but wonder, what is he getting up to, you know? Like, what if he's gone and gotten involved with something super shady? Could have been someone else. There must be some other reason. Maybe they're just normal friends. There must be some reason. Maybe. They're threatening him for money or something? If that really is the case, you let me know, alright? Thanks, Kiryu-san. I will. Oh, nice. You know, I'll feel so much better with you around, Kiryu-san. Okay. What's wrong? Well, you know, I wanted to be a model. Okay. Did you hear back? Nuh-uh, not yet. Oh. To tell the truth, I've been pretty worried about hearing back from them. What if I get rejected again? What do I do then? Should I keep going? Wait, is this before the second rejection? Like the first rejection, but between the first and second and somehow we got it out of order? Or is this the third rejection? Or should I give it up already? Maybe it was never gonna happen. Maybe I'll never make it back to Tokyo. I can't stop thinking about all these maybes. I was so determined to break into the business, but now I'm not really sure. I don't know what to do. Could you tell me? That's your decision to make. Oh? You like modeling. That's why you're gonna do all this, right? You could care a little bit more. Now she wants compassion. Like, dude. Get over your... Oh my gosh. She is so... Well, would you be happy if I made this kind of decision for you? You're a big meanie, Kiryu-san. That's not why I started talking about it. Oh man, Kiryu, I heard some awesome news. What's up? Well, my friend is planning a big trip to... And not only that, but she invited me to go. Really? Sounds fun. Yep. I've been kinda so... Change of pace, but I catch up on the latest style in Tokyo. That way, I can make more progress on my goal of becoming a fashion model. Why not go on your own? Why not go on your own? I mean, it's not like I can't go by myself or anything. I just have a whole lot better if I want. Sounds like you're just depending on someone to do heavy lifting. Why don't you? Oh my gosh. Idiot, that's not what I thought you were gonna say. Yeah, this is terrible. Like, oh my gosh, Saya is a sociopath. Like, oh my gosh, holy heck. She's absolutely the worst so far. Everything is a freaking L. She's so selfish, like unbelievably selfish. And all the choices are so out of character. Well, they're not out of character, but they're just... You just don't say anything. Just don't say anything to her. Oh, we have to do this again. Yeah, you're really hungry. Refute. Alright, cool. Sweet. We said sounds delicious and it was okay. right? I think this is neutral. Oh no. Okay, good. You love drinking. This went wrong. Oh. Yeah, we just said love drinking with friends too. But she can picture him drinking solo. Oh, this is the wedding thing? We just agreed, but I don't know if this was positive. Probably neutral. This is a marathon. Yeah. Okay. Oof. Oof. Yikes. Okay. We just don't have to... I don't even remember our responses anymore and their outcomes. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. This is the bar thing. About her mom's bar. I think we were okay with this. Saying that, I like to go sometime? Think it'd be definitely her type? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. We tried the bottom one, and it was like, okay. Okay, this is the movie thing. The main character. Oh yeah, this is the firefighter thing. I don't remember the responses. Oh. I think this was okay. Just neutral. That's one heck of a question. Oh, to ask her dad. That's new. I think, well, that's gotta be impossible. How could I have daddy issues when I don't even have a daddy? That's a really deep cut, and we're not gonna go into it today. But hey, daddy or no daddy, I'm still the same old me. At least that's how I've started thinking about myself nowadays. I've only started thinking that way because of you, Kiryu-san. You never felt bad for me to not have a... You never felt bad for me. You never felt bad for me not having a dad. Oh, okay. Yeah, like expressing sympathy or pity. So anyway, I started thinking about who I might want to marry. Really. I want to be with someone who will laugh and cry and sometimes even have little fights with me at the kids. That's a lie. That's not even close. You want someone who only agrees with you. But not agrees with you in the sense that they're compromising or negotiating. You want someone who matches you almost perfectly and reads at the same wavelength. That little fight thing, that's not gonna fly. Sounds more like a person who holds a grudge. Because she's overly concerned and consistently concerned with people. Or just the people that she feels responsible for, like her brother. And those things are going to carry so much weight. And I don't think the other stuff, like laughing, sure, but it has to be severely weighed on positivity. It's pretty much not sustainable. And kids? Oh, I don't know about that. You're having trouble with your little brother. Just a happy, normal life. Yeah, a happy, normal life as a model. I can imagine that. I can't kid you, but man, you're a Chad though. You know, speaking of normal, I think I like my new normal way better than my old way. Yeah. Right. You've been much more cheerful lately, huh? You really think so? Yeah. I bet the only reason I got that way is because I was hanging out with you, Kiryu-san. Didn't seem like it, I can tell you that. Most of the affection came from the money I spent. Thanks a bunch. Sure thing. Actually, in the end, probably more positives than negatives. But largely due to the champagne and the chocolate. Yep. Fancy business card. Here it is. We did it. We did it. And now we get to see her sub-story. Probably making, interrupting or preventing her brother from doing something, and then reconciling the differences between the two. Temporarily, anyways. Okay? Probably. Safe bet. Just RP walk around for a little bit. Kiryu-san, you gotta help me. Akira just got kidnapped by some scary looking guys. What? Come meet me at the Karaoke, hurry. Oh, okay. You want to sing a song while we're there? No, I'm just... Serial business. Really close by. What happened? I ran into Akira on the street, but before I could talk to him, this car pulled up next to us. And they grabbed Akira, then sped off. Where did they go? They were headed towards Ryukyu Boulevard, I think. Oh. Oh, Kiryu-san, we gotta do something. We sure will. Let's follow them. Think you can keep up? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Oh, okay. Akira! Saya? Saya? What? You his big sister or something? What do you think you're doing? Let him go right now. Huh? You know, your sister's quite the looker, Akira. Hey, sweetheart. I know a club who would love to have your hot bod racking in the cash for him. Leave her alone. It's got nothing to do with this, okay? Shut the heck up. Eh. You in the biz too, huh? We were just using this kid as a mule, but dang, if you don't keep messing up, we're here to make him pay for those mistakes. A mule. Ooh, that's actually pretty in deep. I don't know what your deal is, but you better let him go. What do you think you are? Some kind of superhero? You here to save the day? Well, I mean, he's friends with the Ryudo family. Well, I sure as heck didn't call your... Yeah, but fourth chairman. Ex-fourth chairman of the Tojo clan, yo. Where's the notoriety? Oh, no heat. Come here. That's right. Get tossed. Holy crap, you're strong. We're gonna get out. Yeah, you better get out of here. Alright, now make up. Thanks, Kiryu-san. Akira, what the heck are you doing, huh? I've been worrying sick about you, you know that? Shut up, okay? I don't know you. I don't need you breathing down my neck all the time. I'm not a kid anymore, you know? Ooh. Ow, what the heck? Oh, Kiryu socked him. Kiryu-san? You think that's really the best way to react to this situation? I just wanted to make fast money, that's all. Especially since Dad's dead and all. Akira. I knew it was dangerous. I never thought something like this could happen to me. Akira, look how far we've made it, even without our dad around. We'll be fine from here on out, too. We're family, Akira. We stick together, right? Oh, yeah. Kiryu-san? Hmm? Thanks a bunch. He was trying to help. Just not in the right way. Mm-hmm. Kiryu-san, I've decided something. I'm not going to Tokyo after all. Really? Yeah, my family cares about me and I care about them a whole lot too. Despite all that, I can't stop thinking about my dad not being around. Don't think don't take this to mean I'm giving up on becoming a model though. Huh, I won't. Good, because I'll make it to Tokyo when the time is right. But for now, I'm gonna live with my family here in Okinawa. I think that's great. You should do what you think is right. I will. You know, it'll be a while till I get to Tokyo. So don't you dare think about cheating on me, okay? Huh, we'll see. You're not gonna promise me that. Could I have you all to myself today instead? That's a reasonable compromise. Come on. Pretty, please? Alright. Flashbang! Alright. Oh, Kiryu-san, you were so amazing. Thanks. My heart's still racing. Kiryu-san, thank you so much. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Come by the club again. Alright? I don't know if that's ever gonna happen again. But yes. Alright. That sapped the energy out of me. Alright. Good place to stop for the day. Oh, that was tough. Alright, guys. Always, thanks for hanging out. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and good luck with everything. Take care. Bye now.